The Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. It is Fine Arts Education Day here at the Capitol. We have an incredible group of arts educators, directors, students, and parents in the gallery. In addition, Jackie DeMontmollin, who was, until very recently, the arts director for Denton ISD in Center District 12, is also here. And congratulations, Jackie, on your recent retirement. We also have the 2022 Music Educator Grammy Award winner, Stephen Cox, who earned the recognition while teaching at Eastland ISD and is now teaching in the San Antonio ISD. And Pamela Dawson, the 2023 Music Educator Grammy Award winner from DeSoto ISD. This, by the way, is the first time in the Grammy Awards history that one state has won the award back-to-back. Lastly, but certainly not least, is Rashonda Jones Kumba, who won a Tony Award for Excellence in Theater Education. Thank you to all the educators in the Capitol today who educate over 1.8 million students across our great state of Texas. We're so grateful. Welcome to your Capitol. Have a great day as we celebrate this special occasion. Welcome. Let's give them all a round of applause, members. Welcome again to your state capitol. Have a great day.
Senator West, what purpose?
I also want to join Senator Parker in acknowledging the.
You are recognized.
Thank you very much, sir, for recognizing me. All right, but I want to recognize Pamela Dawson of the DeSoto High School, who won the Grammy in 2023, the 2023 Music Educator of the Year at this year's Grammy Awards. She's in the gallery. Ms. Dawson, please stand up so we can recognize you. A Grammy winner here with us today.
Senator Creighton? We ready? Senator Creighton, when you're set there. When ready, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 9 is the Texas Teachers Bill of Rights, a priority bill that demonstrates our commitment to our Texas classroom teachers. Our education system would be nothing without our excellent teachers, and this bill shows the Texas Senate's commitment to supporting, valuing, and uplifting our Texas teachers like never before. In a time when many teachers are considering leaving the profession, we as lawmakers must act to provide them with the support they deserve. And members, we have an opportunity to give our teachers the compensation, the benefits, the professional development and support, the safety that they not only deserve, but they should expect. I want you all to think back to an educator that touched your life individually. Certainly most of us have educators in our families now, or retired teachers in our families as well, that inspired us, that pushed us to live beyond our potential. We all can call those teachers' names today from the floor. With Senate Bill 9, we have the opportunity to deliver for our current teachers and create a culture where a young Texan that might be choosing the profession would have less doubts about it. Some key provisions of the bill provide an across-the-board pay raise for our Texas classroom teachers, a salary increase of $2,000 for all of our teachers in Texas, with an additional $4,000 for teachers in districts of a certain size, mid-sized to small districts, that data shows that even with starting salaries on an average across the state for our Texas teachers being in the $58,000 to $59,000 range, that some teachers in these mid to small size districts are still making in the 30s. That's the additional reason for considering that second bump in compensation. The Texas Teacher Residency Program is also created, which helps those who wish to become teachers to gain experience in the classroom before they are full-fledged teachers, and also to be paid while doing so. Number 3 is a revamped teacher mentorship program to help guide first and second year teachers as they begin their careers. And members, what this would do is this would also provide our current classroom teachers the support of not just being a mentor, but having support in the classroom like they used to have, the way they used to be able to depend upon, for grading support, for assistance, for cutting out hours in the week that are much needed for them to excel and to do their job the way they expect and are capable of on behalf of our Texas students. Next, we have kindergarten, pre-K kindergarten for teachers if it's already offered by the district. Many teachers are finding that they are beyond the eligibility requirements for the compensation they earn for their small children to be a part of the pre-K program that's already offered in their school. So we're making adjustments there to make sure that our teachers with young kids can have those kids in the very school where they teach. We also have protections for teachers who have to break their contracts, their employment contracts, for specific reasons and cause established to justify those reasons. We have expansion of eligibility for the teacher incentive allotment program that has been so successful, members, that more and more districts across Texas are signing up for and taking an effort to participate in, and we have 7,000 teachers in Texas as a result of the work that you have done in past sessions to establish that teacher incentive allotment program. We have 7,000 teachers across Texas that are making from $3,000 to $17,000 a year above their base pay. And we've had some of those teachers that have been some of the most excellent witnesses in our education hearings this session that have just beyond expectation impressed all of the members in the Senate Education Committee with the way that that teacher incentive allotment program has been working and how it's lifted up our students and our schools as well. Number 7, establishes grants for districts who need to rehire teachers that have retired so that they could return to the classroom to provide much needed assistance and instruction and help with personnel depending on the school that had open positions yet still needed to be filled. So it's very true that we have more teachers employed in Texas than ever before, but also with that fact, with the investments from the legislature into public education over the past 2 bienniums, we also have more teaching positions that have been created. And some of those new teaching positions remain unfilled. Last, we have funding to assist teachers in gaining their bilingual or special education certifications. And that funding that's tied directly to those important credentials is something that as a legislative body and as part of our budget that we should be offering and making sure that we lift up those very important teachers that we depend on for those bilingual and special education services to some of the kids in our public schools that need that help the most. Members, I'll be offering 5 amendments. So I'm certainly willing to yield for questions, but if you would like to hear the amendments first to understand how the bill may evolve, I can take questions before, during, after, based on your preference. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 9.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. First of all, let me just tell you how much I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. Much of what's in Senate Bill 9, I'm extremely supportive of. Obviously, the concept is exactly what we need. We need to be treating our teachers like the professionals that they are. And We need to, you know, I mean, it is often that we ask people to judge us by our actions and not our words. And so I think we're starting to see that appreciation in this bill. Senator Creighton, I noticed that a portion of this bill addresses how we bring retired teachers back into our schools to help address the shortage. So in your bill, does the bill still cover the full cost for districts who are trying to rehire retired teachers who have some of the best experience?
It certainly does. In fact, the intention within the bill not only to, take advantage of some of the most exceptional teachers we have in Texas, which are some of those that have just recently retired or have retired years ago. The purpose of the plan not only to take advantage of those recently retired teachers that would like to come back into the workforce and solve some of the problems we may have with teacher vacancies depending on the region of the state. At the same time, the program reduces financial burdens on the districts by setting up a grant program that would assist when hiring these retired teachers, that would reimburse schools for increased contributions to the teacher retirement system.
I also, if I recall in your bill layout, you talked about allowing a teacher to, if the school district has a pre-K program, to use the pre-K program where they work, even if it's not necessarily where their school, where they live. Is that still in your bill, I'm assuming?
That's a cornerstone of the bill, and we feel that that should have been done years ago. But as we work harder than ever before to lift up our public school teachers, to invest in those teachers, to work to maybe provide incentives to bring back retirees when needed. We also know that teachers, when looking at compensation and making decisions on whether or not they're going to stay in their profession, they're also looking down the road at the retirement system and the retirement benefits that have been established for these teachers. So the beginning of their teaching journey is also tied to how they see those last few days when they may end that journey at the end of that career. And it all ties together on whether or not 77% of teachers polled right now that have considered leaving the profession over the last 3 years. The beginning of that journey and the end of the journey matters, and we've addressed both in this legislation.
In committee, there was a blank when we talked about the compensation or the teacher pay raise. Has that been filled in the committee sub, or do you plan to fill it in with an amendment?
It has. At the time of the hearing, we had some question marks structurally on the extent and the amount of the across-the-board teacher pay raise, exactly what could be plugged in there with meeting all the other budgetary decisions that have to be made. And at the end of the day, that number was, for the across-the-board teacher pay raise, $2,000 per teacher, and how that fits into the $3.3 billion in compensation within this legislation. That would be the blank that you're questioning.
Yes, it would actually, and I appreciate you answering my question. Well, I have some concerns, and some of my concerns center around special needs students who have federal protections, who have individualized education plans, who there's a reason why certain teachers go into special education. And so my concern is that when in the process, because I think in your bill it allows a teacher to remove a child, I want to make sure that we respect and maintain our correlation with state and federal protections for our kids, just because maybe they're not exactly there, they can't understand exactly what's being required of them at the time. And so I hope we're going to have a good conversation about that potential amendment a little later. I'm not sure if you've made any changes or you plan to make amendments of your own.
Well, the bill certainly respects in its current form protections that are provided in current law from the federal level. But in addition to that, Senator Menendez, I know we'll be reviewing some amendments, some that I'm offering, some that I'm accepting from other members. I believe that you have visited, and your office has been really diligent about visiting with our office on some of those same concerns. So as we make our way through the amendments, if you don't find what your expectation is, on that particular subject, then let's have another conversation.
Thank you. And then my last question for now is, I really like your pre-K program for the teachers where they teach, and I'm thinking that as if the school has a pre-K program, to me it would only make sense that pre-K program would be available to all of the employees in that school. So if you work in the front office, if you're the nurse or the librarian, in the cafeteria. And so my question is, does the pre-K program under your bill, is it eligible to employees of the school?
Well, Senator Menendez, and again, we talked in committee quite extensively on that as well. This is a teacher bill of rights and teacher compensation bill, and we have so many other measures, including the budget, moving through the process.
Yes.
But for our goals within this particular piece of legislation, it is specifically drafted for hearts and minds of our Texas teachers and how we can make sure that they not only feel lifted up and valued, but they feel inspired and renewed again to stay in the profession as we're working every day to make sure they are. So at this time, those are programs that are designed to help our teachers, and I know that you and I will continue to talk about support staff, transportation, janitorial, so many others that need that type of help.
Absolutely. The teachers need a lot of support for the school to run well, and so that they can actually teach and they can have time to have lunch and do the things they need to do. But I appreciate you taking my questions, and especially all the hard work that you and your team have done on this bill. I think it's a great start, and I look forward to hearing the amendments and seeing what we can do to make it even better. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
So a few questions, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield?
I yield. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. I appreciate the time. You suggested that teachers are leaving the profession. You also suggested that the safety they should expect. That was a line you used, that this is bill, and just now you said this is a teacher bill of rights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously, this has to do with the compensation and benefits that we give our teachers, correct?
It does.
Okay. Tell me about what kind of safety they should expect. I've been looking through the bill. You and I both know we're going to be doing some bills on school hardening, or at least we put some money in the budget, tremendous amount of money for school hardening, so that our teachers should have a little bit more safety, or students should have a little bit more safety, correct?
I believe I heard you correctly. Yes, we are investing in the budget itself, $600+ million and maybe greater for school safety overall, and that's in different funding categories.
When you mentioned the safety they should expect, I was looking for anything with regard to safety. Can you tell us? Maybe I missed it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so there are provisions in the bill related to safety on imminent threat, violent propensity students in the classroom, how those students are removed, and on what procedures can those students be returned based on teacher input.
Okay. One of the things that we have found in this particular piece of legislation, is there anything with regard to death benefits if a teacher dies in a school shooting?
Not in this particular legislation, no. I mean, I know there are provisions elsewhere in the school districts. Some school districts have contracts and insurance coverage offered and other things that teachers can elect to opt into as a rider, but not in this bill, no.
Would you be amenable to an amendment where we can, put a number that this body feels should be able to be part of a compensation package if a teacher gives her life for their children, shielding children from an assassin's bullets? Should we put that in this bill, and would you be amenable to amendment like that?
Yeah, Senator, I think as much work that has gone into this legislation, how it affects the overall structure of the budget, how it fits within the budget, and if any changes are made to those numbers could compromise what our Texas teachers ultimately end up getting paid very soon. I think that it would be much better to consider working with appropriators on an issue like that, and maybe even vetting it in committee so that we could get much more feedback, expertise, an idea of the way that coverage might work, how the dollars would flow to put a pool together for that kind of coverage. There's many things that go into it. So to answer your question in as concise way as I can, to protect the integrity of the dollars for the teacher compensation, I don't believe we can add that to the bill.
Okay, and I do apologize to you because I had certain bills that were, that we were going to talk about teacher compensation benefits, but I'm having to find opportunities where we can and possible amendments when we can. The House of Representatives is considering a different bill within a different amount of money. Is that correct as far as pay raises?
I believe that there are different bills in both chambers related to compensation and pay raises. I believe there may be amendments today on this bill that might have to do with consideration of additional compensation as we all work together, especially Chair Huffman and the appropriators on Senate Finance to land the plane the best way possible in meeting all of the state's expected needs with the revenue that we have, and then still making a significant investment in our teachers going forward.
All right. And the reason I ask is if we can't do an amendment today, or if you're not willing to do one today, I hope you will work with me over the course of the next several weeks, because it just dawned on me right now that we should look at teacher compensation when someone gets murdered in a school. The other piece of this is we have teachers from Uvalde who were shot and wounded, and the Workforce Commission is telling them, hey, you've got to go back to work. I'd like to be able to look at that compensation possibility over the next couple of weeks as this bill progresses to the House and back. And so maybe you and I can work on some solutions here in the next few minutes or hours that this bill takes, or in the next couple of weeks as this moves forward, because we have to do something about what's killing our teachers in our schools.
Senator, my door continues to be wide open to all of the members, all of our teams, our staff, any stakeholders that have any requests or conversations related to keeping teachers safe, to making sure that our schools are safe. And again, as I mentioned before, as we lift up Texas public schools and teachers like never before, including the safety initiatives and funding that we have moving through the budget and many other pieces of legislation, collectively, when this session ends, I think we'll be real proud of the entire package that we have assembled on behalf of our teachers and how safe they will be going forward in the classroom.
And lastly, you mentioned that this will make our teachers feel lifted up and valued.
Yes.
Have you talked to the American Federation of Teachers and the Texas State Teachers Association? They're not in favor of this particular pay raise, are they?
They're not in favor of the pay raise. Yes, we've talked to Mark Wiggins. We've had the AFT members testify in committee. The teachers' organizations overall, after they heard a House presentation about putting $30 billion into teacher pay raises, they obviously prefer that one, right? So it's very clear that when you have a $30 billion proposal on the table and a $3.3 billion proposal on the table for compensation for Texas teachers, which one the education groups are going to be for. But as we all work on issues related to the grid and the border and building Texas infrastructure forward and property tax relief so that people can stay in their homes and health care and all these issues that are so important to all of us, there is a rhyme and reason to how much we spend in each category. And at the end of the day, this bill provides more raises for Texas teachers than the education budgets of about 9 states.
Well, as you suggested, essentially what you've just said right there, it's about priorities.
Yes.
And so when you were suggesting about the death benefits, we have to see what it does to the budget. Let's say we gave a teacher's family who died $1 million. That's really not much by way of our budgets. We lost 2 teachers in Uvalde last year, and 2 teachers were wounded. So I hope that over the course of the next few weeks, we can sit down and visit and see how we can plug them in as this bill goes back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that you're low on that number. I mean, what value would you and I place on a death benefit for one of our Texas teachers, no matter what the cause was? I mean, but at the end of the day, we need to understand from a risk allocation standpoint and a financial impact how much money and scarcity of dollars that we can commit to something like that. And that's really better for an education hearing or a finance hearing to vet that issue. I appreciate you bringing it forward.
I'd be glad to have it, because there is no value on a child's life or on a teacher's life. You're absolutely right, and I want to thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is on the suspension of the rules. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes, 7 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 9. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 9 relating to the rights, certification, and compensation of public school educators.
Members, we have numerous amendments, so we will take our time and be sure they get to the back row, and that the senator who's offering the amendment explains it, because most of you are seeing this for the first time, because many of these were turned in today or last night. Senator, following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment deals with the first instructional day of each school year. The Board of Trustees of a school district shall adopt and provide to each classroom teacher, full-time counselor, full-time librarian, a calendar that specifies the days each employee is expected to work for that school year, including the days on which the employee is expected to perform supplemental duties for more than 30 minutes outside of the instructional day. This amendment clarifies that meetings that are not easily anticipated at the beginning of the school year, but are required by federal law, do not need to be included in the duty calendar. It's not my intent to make it more difficult for school districts to comply with IDEA and other applicable federal laws, but simply to provide a duty calendar so that our teachers have an expectation of what's going to be asked of them, and that the school district is aligned with those expectations as they establish those tasks at the beginning of the school year.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question of the author of the
You yield?
amendment.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, I appreciate your explanation. So rather than go through and look for every potential law, state or federal, that would require compliance, you just said, just as long as, because I mean, it could be read as a little broad. But I see what you're saying. You're giving this district flexibility, while at the same time you're saying that they have to also be respectful of the teacher and giving them the what to anticipate. Is that correct?
Mr. Menendez, that's correct. I mean, I believe this amendment strikes at the heart of your concerns following the layout, that we have to continue to respect and comply with federal law.
Yes. As
we establish operations and expectations in our public schools. We can stand up for our Texas teachers on an accountable framework for a duty calendar to be established for exactly what's expected of them, and also not set off any tripwires that would break compliance with federal law tied to IDEA and any other applicable programs under federal law protection.
Senator Creighton, at what period or at what point does the teacher get the calendar when they sign their contract, first day of school? When do they receive the calendar of what they're expected, what their duties are expected? Do you have that in the bill?
We've got it in the bill, and it's all tied to the first instructional day of the school year and the contract negotiations prior to that. So there's a window right there in between the two.
In committee, we discussed the fact that sometimes, for whatever reason, I don't know why, school districts will provide the teacher a contract 10 days, 2 weeks before the school year, and the teachers, it's kind of a take it or leave it. Here are your terms, sign and you're in, or don't, and you need to look for another job. I was wondering, in your bill, did you take into consideration requiring school districts to give teachers more time, a 45-day, a 30-day anticipation prior to the school year, so they'd have time to evaluate the terms of the contract and decide whether or not it was a good thing for them to, is something they could do or not. I'm not sure if you were able to incorporate that in your committee substitute.
We have the appropriate time frames that establish the ability for this duty calendar to be set up. We have the appropriate time frames for what's required for this duty calendar to be established, and the calendar itself is answering through teacher surveys some of their greatest concerns about not having the leverage that they would like to have in sitting down and reviewing that very contract you're talking about. So the expectations of their workload and what's asked of them through the school year is something that teachers have been very concerned about not being able to negotiate very well within the contract itself, and we answered those concerns by establishing this exact duty calendar.
So, and I appreciate that, but I'm not confident that I've heard yet that school districts must present a contract to a teacher 30 days prior to, expectation that they sign or not sign, that they get a amount of time to sign it. So what I want to do, I'm supportive of your amendment.
Yeah.
And I'm supportive of your bill. But I want to go check on whether or not we've done that for our teachers, because I really think if we're going to treat them like professionals, we need to give them time to understand, are you being offered an offer that makes sense to you and that you and your family can live with enough time so that you're not forced into signing something because you have no other, it's either sign in the next 10 days or you're out of a job.
I understand the concern. I know that 30 days is important to you. It's something we can continue to talk about, and there's also other bills that would be germane for exactly that kind of a change. Right now, related to the duty calendar itself, the Board of Trustees of the school district, not later than the 15th day before the first instructional day,
right,
has to adopt and provide each classroom teacher that calendar, and then there's also contract provisions related to time frames that they have to review. I think they both fit together nicely compared to what we've had in the past.
Yeah.
But I'm more than willing to work with you, as you're an integral part of the education committee, to continue to see what can we do better there.
I appreciate your answering my questions, and like I said, I look forward to working with you. And I think you're crafting a really excellent piece of legislation that with a few little tweaks here, we could make something that really teachers would feel probably more respected than they had in a long time. So thank you.
Senator Menendez, thank you for your input today, and certainly through the committee process, as always.
Members, the motion is on this amendment. Is there any objection? Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson. King, Colcourse, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini, I guess.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The amendment passes. Senator Creighton, can you come up for a moment? Senator Perry, can you come up? Members, we've had questions from both sides of the aisle about a little conflict, and I think there's one mistake in drafting on one amendment. We're going to stand at ease for 15 minutes so the Democrats can caucus and the Republicans can caucus and work through that. It was requested by both parties. We'll stand at ease until 3 p.m., so please be back on time so we can continue. Thank you. Members, we are ready to get back to work. I'm making sure we have the amendments in the right order here. Members, the following amendment
Write an amendment to pass out. It says 1966 at the bottom.
Secretary, read the caption.
Floor amendment number 2 by Creighton.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 9 provides a grant program to rehire retired teachers at school districts and open enrollment charter schools. This amendment ensures that the Wyndham School District, operated by TDCJ, Texas School for the Deaf, and the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, it makes sure that they also qualify for these same grants.
Any questions? Hearing none. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by West.
Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, this particular provision deals with recognizing that we've got to make certain our teachers control the classroom, and that if a student is not acting appropriately, that they are taken out of the classroom and dealt with accordingly. What I want to ask the chair of our committee and the author of this bill to look at is the use of the word disrespectful. I think that we should not use disrespectful because it's so subjective. I think that we have language currently in the bill that deals with a student being unruly. Let me get the language here. Unruly, disruptive, and abusive. And I think using those words would be more objective than using the word disrespectful. So this particular bill would remove the word disrespectful and make certain that we substituted unruly, disruptive, or abusive. And I think we get at the same behavior and the same protection. I think we get at the same behavior and the same protection that we would get at using a more subjective word, disrespectful.
Senator Creighton.
It's certainly acceptable to me, Mr. President. Senator West and I have been working on this together. Our teams have been working together. We feel like it's a good addition to the bill.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 4 by West.
Give the members a moment to review this, Senator. Just a moment. Senator West, on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This particular amendment, members, we talk about all the time, again, making sure teachers control the classroom. But this particular amendment says that we need to look at, before we suspend the student from school, we need to figure out, first of all, whether or not there's any type of school-based behavior support setting that that student can be placed in. And that's what this does. Basically says before placing a student under this subsection, the principal or the campus behavior coordinator must consider the appropriateness of placing the student in an in-school-based behavior support setting designed to address the needs of that particular student. And so that's what that does. And the other part deals specifically with the student may not return to class unless the teacher is involved in that particular process.
Senator Creighton.
Yes, Mr. President, members, we've also worked with Senator West's office on this amendment, but we feel like it's not necessary for the intent of the bill, as we've covered this procedure in section 37.002 and the provisions in the legislation that add to that section. So we would move to table the amendment.
By tabling, he responds. Senator West?
In terms of, Senator Creighton, you said in section 37, you're saying that this is covered in section 37 what again? You're saying it's covered where?
Section 37.002 on the provision that allows for a student to be removed from the classroom, and then the administrator working on a plan for that student to return to the classroom under a administrator or campus coordinator. I know you've mentioned that you're concerned about certain schools not having those types of administrators or campus behavior coordinators, but we feel like the scope of the bill covers that provision and that situation quite well.
And in response to that, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that the first priority should be to try to find a school-based solution as opposed to suspending the student from school. And I don't know that the current language covers that. And so we just kind of prioritize exactly how you deal with that student prior to kicking that student out of school.
Well, we appreciate the intent behind your amendment, Senator West, and we would advise members to oppose the amendment.
Well, are you pulling down your motion to table?
No, we're still on the
Okay,
motion.
well, there's
to
a
table.
difference between tabling and opposing the event.
Consistent with the motion to table.
Table. And Senator West, you had your closing comment?
My closing comment is that if we're talking about obviously balancing it out, we're talking about balancing out. We want to keep students in school. And so, yes, we know students have behavior issues, but I think that the first priority should be to try to keep the student in school to resolve the behavior issues before kicking them out of school.
Members, the motion is to table the event. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There are 19 votes to yes votes. The amendment is tabled. Thank you, members. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5 by West.
Let's give them a minute again to look at this on the author. Senator West, on your amendment, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This member is gives the student, frankly, due process more than anything. It allows the student to appeal the student's removal from the classroom to either the review committee established under Section 37.003, and that this appeal takes place within a timely fashion.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, Senator West, again, he's worked with our office on this amendment. We feel the due process is fair and a value add to the bill, and we would advise to accept the amendment.
To accept the amendment?
Correct.
Any objection? The amendment is adopted. Thank you, Senator West. Members, there is an amendment. Following amendment. Secretary will read the caption.
Floor Amendment number 6 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, let's give everyone a chance to look at it a moment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Those of you in the gallery, welcome. You happen to be here at a very good times on a very important bill with a lot of amendments and a lot of discussion, as you would expect the legislature to work. Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as Senate Bill 9 reads now, there are no specific provisions for individuals with disabilities that will be taken out of the classroom under this new proposed legislation. These students the current students who have special needs, they have individualized education plans that are protected by federal and state statutes that protect them. The amendment that I'm proposing would enforce compliance with the Education Code to ensure that teachers who remove an individual with a disability would still be required to follow current laws. Not attempting to alter any laws that are in place already, this would just guarantee that students with disabilities would be maintaining their rights that are currently outlined in the Education Code. It ensures that districts follow the special education procedures that will help determine the environment for these students to be successful. And as you can tell, it just simply says that Section 37.004 applies to the removal or replacement in this section of a student with a disability who receives special education services. It's very, very specific to students with disabilities who have special education services, not trying to make any changes in any significant way, but protect our children who have disabilities under federal law. So thank you, Mr. President and members, for your attention, and I hope the amendment is acceptable to the author, as I think it improves the bill.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, this amendment is consistent with the spirit and intent of the bill. The bill already has language specifying the importance of complying with federal law for IDEA and other requirements. This amendment reconciles with the bill well. It's acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 7 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, will it give them time to look at it?
Mr. President,
yes.
Members, this amendment removes changes to Section 48105 of the Election Code to ensure that school districts can use the bilingual education allotment for staff salaries if they choose to do so. This merely restores current law. We've had much conversation in hearings related to these discussions on this subject with members and also with TEA, and decided this is the best course of action for the bill.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 8 by Lamantia et al.
Senator Lamantia, give everyone a moment to look at your amendment. You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an amendment, but before I begin, I want to thank Chairman Creighton and the Education Committee and staff for all their hard work on this. And I know there's been a lot of amendments proposed and adopted today, and it's made a lot of changes that significantly changed the bill from what we originally heard in committee. And I still have some concerns, but I trust that Chairman Creighton will work with us, and I trust the legislative process to do its job. As for this amendment, we all know that Texas currently faces an extreme teacher shortage. Teacher resignation rates are up as teachers face burnout from long hours, increased living costs, and declining working conditions. And these factors make it difficult to attract new teachers, and they make retaining them even harder. We've all spoken to so many educators. I've got many in my district, older educators, experienced amazing teachers who are retiring early and who are talking to the younger generation coming in and convincing them not to get into this profession. And you mentioned earlier that this is about the hearts and minds. And I can't think of anyone more that embodies that idea of hearts and minds than a teacher that I have in my district, a middle school teacher who taught his kids how to build a race car and then go across the district to compete against other school districts. And it's teachers like that that are just amazing. And I know we all know so many of them, so many that if we counted them all up would greatly outnumber the mere 7,000 teachers that get that teacher incentive allotment. And so we need to empower all of them. We need to show them that the Texas legislature truly values their indispensable service. And Senate Bill 9 does take a step in this direction by introducing the teacher retention allotment. But this is not a raise. This is a one-time payment. And it's a one-time payment that gives $2,000 to teachers at schools of over 20,000 students, and then $4,000 to teachers at schools with less than 20,000 students. And I don't know why we're valuing teachers at different levels at different schools. All of our teachers, whether they're in a rural area or an urban area, are going above and beyond the call of duty to try to help our students. And this amendment simply alters the teacher retention allotment to introduce an across-the-board $10,000 payment for all of our classroom teachers. This is what our teachers have asked for, and they deserve our support. Teachers are responsible for every profession. They are the most important factor that will determine the future of our state. And Chairman Creighton, you mentioned earlier that when it comes to budget, we have many, many important issues to look at and face. And it's the grid, and it's property taxes, and it's border issues. But none of those issues can be solved by merely throwing money at it. It needs an educated workforce to work on those complicated issues every day. And without teachers, we will lose all of it. So, Mr. President, I move adoption of the floor amendment.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're all here today fighting to lift up our Texas teachers like never before. We have $3.3 billion in compensation and incentives in this legislation, along with teacher rights that will be established unlike any other piece of legislation in the nation that has stood up for their teachers. Senator Lamantia's amendment, while well-intended, could cost up to $3 billion in additional money that is not currently structured within the budget for our budget to be balanced. And we have so many pressing and urgent needs for this state as we lift up our teachers with a cornerstone of this budget like never before. We can't achieve in any way, shape, or form honoring those additional commitments and also meeting the dollar amount requests that Senator Lamantia's amendment brings forward. So with that, I would oppose the amendment.
Forgive my alarm that went off. Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
If I could question the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Lamantia, again, thank you for bringing this amendment. I know that the intentions are great. We all love our teachers, of course, and we would like to be able to do as much as we possibly could for them. And I think our House partners across the way feel the same way. I think they just also had to vote this amendment down. So it's not that we don't love our teachers and want to support our teachers, but we want to realistically provide assistance and support to our teachers in a way that we can maintain that support. And Senator Creighton, do you realize is correct that it would be extremely expensive to provide a $10,000 per year raise to each teacher. I'm sure you understand the cost of that.
Yes, I do understand the cost of that. And I do also understand the amazing surplus we have and also the large budget we have. And I do know it's been, there's a lot of expenses that we're dealing with now. But I truly believe that without teachers and without paying them what they truly deserve, we are going to be at a loss, and we're going to feel this loss for generations.
And I do understand the surplus. Clearly, we're dealing with that. And I'm certain that you understand that we do have a spending limit as well, correct? So,
yes, ma'am.
We are constrained by thankfully, actually, by the Constitution, the constitutional spending limit as to how much we can spend, which we will be under this time around. Texas is a huge place. We have many needs, all that are pressing, and we understand that. Our teachers are certainly at the top of that list. I think that's evidence. I'm sure you were here when we passed the $4.8 billion bill for our retired teachers, correct? So that's certainly a commitment to our teachers. I would say that us supporting the pension and the investment we've put in the pension, that also, would you agree, is an investment in our teachers? Because it's an incentive, it's a way to recruit teachers to want to work in the system, and hopefully retains teachers when they see that they have a viable pension. Would you agree?
Yes, and I'd agree that a lot of what's in SB 9, when we talk about even having the teacher retention allotment, when we talk about the teacher incentive allotment, all of that helps in a way, but none of it is significant enough to really make an impact on the huge teacher shortage and the issues that our teachers are talking about, and they're leaving in droves. And unless we make a big dramatic turn, I don't know how that's going to change.
Well, I will say, and I don't know if you realize this, but a $10,000 raise would cost about $8 billion for the biennium. That's just not realistic. We would have to cut other very critical parts of our budget that are priorities of this Senate, of this legislature. We will continue to try to incentivize our teachers. This bill, am I correct, is the Teachers' Bill of Rights, is that right? So we love our teachers, we care about them, we love our retired teachers, we care about them, but we have to be fiscally responsible, we have to stay within our spending limits, and so I'm going to have to join Senator Creighton in voting against your amendment, though I do understand the passion that comes from. We all feel the passion. So thank you, Senator.
Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield? Do you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senator, are we treating our teachers in this bill the same in terms of compensation?
No, we have one payment level for teachers in schools of 20,000 students or more, and we have a different payment level for anyone that falls under that 20,000 marker. And if this teacher retention allotment payment is treated the same way we do our basic allotment, charter schools will also be included in that lower $20,000 additional payment. And so we're not treating our teachers the same across the state.
Is it more expensive to live in urban areas than in rural areas?
I would have to say yes.
Okay. Now, members, I'm looking, this is consistent, Mr. President, with the issue of compensation. And I'm looking at the bill on page 10 and line 48 through 52. And the reality is understanding why are we paying teachers differently here, $2,000 for a district we have over 20,000 students, which basically that's going to be a suburban or urban district where the cost of living is higher. And then you look at districts fewer than 20,000, we're providing those teachers, great teachers, $6,000. And so I don't understand the differentiation, especially when you look at the cost. Now, I know that we have problems getting teachers to go to rural districts. I understand that. But the cost of living is greater in urban districts, and that's just a fact, and all of us know that. And then, Senator, I go to page 9, line 960. Actually, if you go to line 67, a district may receive an allotment under this section for no more than 40 teachers during a school year unless an appropriation is made for the purpose of providing a greater number of allotments. Well, here, the reality is, in the years that I've served on this committee, Senator Creighton, that the urban districts...
Excuse me, Senator West, I really want to give you a lot of leeway, but the question is to the author on her amendment, not discussing the bill with the senator.
Okay.
I want to give you as much leeway as I can, but...
And I understand it. So, Senator, urban districts normally hire more than 40 teachers. Rural districts don't normally hire 40 teachers. Is that correct?
Well, I would say
in any given year?
Yes, that they probably hire much more than 40 teachers in a given year.
All right, so the reality is that this particular provision also favors our rural districts, which again, I'm all for rural schools, but it does that to the disadvantage of our urban districts. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir. The cap is not equal across the board, and it will hurt other school districts more than it will help.
And so your amendment tries to make certain that all teachers, regardless of whether they're in urban or rural districts, are treated the same, correct?
Yes, sir, because the work is the same, the hours are the same, and they're teaching all of our kids.
And Senator Huffman, our chair of finance, basically said we can't afford this, right?
Correct.
And so from that vantage point, would you be able to work with the chair of finance, Senator Creighton, to kind of figure out what we can afford in terms of making sure all teachers are treated the same?
Yes, sir. Would love to work with finance and with Chairman Creighton to try to find a number that is more than just the $2,000 and the differentiated $6,000. Find something that's equal and that would have a significant impact on our teachers' lives.
So if Senator Creighton would agree to allow you to just pull this amendment down for a few moments and work with you before this bill is finally passed to see whether we can come up with a number, you'd be willing to do that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. I'd love to sit down, crunch the numbers, find a number that would work for everyone and something that can really have an impact for our future.
And you know, Senator Huffman has to be a part of that conversation too, right?
Very much so. She's the one that knows all the numbers.
So then it gets down to whether Senator Creighton would allow you to pull down this amendment.
Yes, sir.
Work with you on this particular issue before we finally resolve the amendment, correct?
Correct, and I'd love to have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles, what purpose?
So, thank you, Mr. President. I had to cut my light off, but since you called on me, I'll go ahead and ask the question. Same line of questioning.
Senator Miles, I'm sorry. The questions are on the amendment. We have passed questions for the author on suspension. We're on questions on the amendment for the author of the amendment.
I understand that, Senator, Mr. President.
I want to give you all the leeway I can, but that's where we are.
Same line of questioning. So I understand that. Thank you, sir. Similar line to you. When you spoke to and you worked with your staff, and I'm sure your staff worked with Senator Creighton's staff, is that correct?
We discussed this amendment beforehand.
You discussed it. Did you get an understanding of why the differences from rural to urban, from staff while you were creating the bill, creating your amendment?
No, sir.
What was the explanation? Were you given an explanation?
We did state the importance of why we want it to be the same amount across the board. But no, sir, we didn't get into the original thought process behind that differentiation.
What was their original thought process?
That I'm not sure. We didn't get into their original thought process for that differentiation. So that would have to be a question for the chairman.
Don't you think that would be a pertinent question to be answered at this time?
Yes, sir. It'd probably be very good to know and understand why that change was made.
And Senator, you're in a rural area, is that correct, pretty much?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And you know I serve in an urban area.
Mm-hmm.
So actually the way that the bill is written now would actually benefit your school districts, but you're wanting to benefit all the teachers of Texas, is that correct?
That's correct, because even you talk to the teachers in my district, in the rural area, and they don't see a difference. And they think they should all be treated the same. And they are fighting not just for their own school district and their own families, but for everyone that's in the same plight and going through the same situation that they are across the state.
And teaching the same thing.
Teaching the same thing and putting in the additional hours after work to try to make sure that all students receive the best education they possibly can.
And they're all struggling with shortfalls in financing and resources.
Yes.
All across the state, is that correct?
Resources, paying for supplies out of their own pocket, doing whatever they can to make sure their students get the absolute best of what they can afford.
And that's happening in the rural area and in the urban area, is that correct?
That's very true.
And last time I checked, kids are equally need to be taught the same from rural to urban, is that correct?
Yes. And if you give them the opportunity, regardless of where you come from, a student from a rural or urban area, if they have a teacher that makes a significant change in their life, that is the best factor into seeing them become a successful person.
And last question, just correct me if I'm wrong, you would think that in student-teacher ratio could be smaller in some rural counties than in urban counties. Wouldn't you say?
Sure, yes.
Yes? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Creighton, we have a number of senators who want to speak, so just stand your ground for a moment. Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment, Mr. President?
Do you yield?
Yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator LaMattia, thank you for bringing this amendment. And it's not just because of the amendment, which I understand is an amendment that's, motives are great. We've been talking about paying our teachers better, bringing them up to the national average for quite some time. And so I think you're absolutely right. And I mean, with the budget surplus that you mentioned, there are probably areas where we could hopefully find some common ground that maybe we could take some from different places to create this fund for our teachers, because at the end of the day, we want to show them how much we appreciate them and how much we really want to fill this teacher shortage that we've got going. The question is, would it surprise you, because the conversations that you've had about the smaller districts, it's not just rural districts that are smaller. Would it surprise you that in my community, one of the smaller districts happens to be one of the more affluent, property wealthy districts? My understanding is Alamo Heights is fewer than 20,000 students. So now a property wealthy school district, its teachers would get $6,000 in this bill as written versus $2,000 to my poorer school districts like San Antonio Independent School District. Does that seem like it'd be a fair or just thing to do?
No, it doesn't. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do a flat across the board similar fee, because just basing the differentiation on 20,000 of the student count doesn't differentiate between rural or urban if that was the goal. It has situations like yours where the higher dollars are going to a school district that can afford to pay their teachers more or has more resources. And so it's not something that is applied equally across the board.
And I heard your exchange between you and Senator West, and it seems to me that hopefully, even if this amendment fails to get on, which I hope it would, but because we're just moving the process. We've heard that several times over the last couple of days where these bills are just moving in the process and we still have a long way to go. They have to get to the side. Even if it didn't, we should, at a minimum, rationalize this difference between $2,000 for teachers. Because, I mean, if you're a teacher, what would keep you from leaving or no longer teaching in this school district if you're saying, well, this district, they're not as valued as much. The urban districts are not as valued, but we might as well go to smaller school districts regardless of where they're located. So I appreciate your willingness to work on a equalization of these teacher bonuses, especially since they're one time. As you read the bill, would your $10,000 would also be a one time like it is in the bill currently for the $2,000?
It does. It currently stays as a one time. All the bill does is take out that 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 differentiation and replace it with a flat 10,000, but that expiration date is still in the bill.
All right. Thank you for your amendment. Thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, will the bill author yield for question on the amendment?
Yeah, she has the floor.
Okay.
So you have to ask the question of.
So
we can come back. We can, if you want to ask her.
I can ask her as well.
Do you yield? Do you yield?
So, Senator, you know the purpose of the bill is to close gaps, right? I mean, that's one of the things that we're addressing here. And right now, we do have an average gap of about $10,000 in teacher compensation between our rural and urban districts. And, you know, that's always kind of a moving target, right, where you cut that line off between rural and urban. But that's the intent of this additional compensation.
Well, I'd say the bigger gap and the back gap we really need to focus on is the gap between what we pay our teachers here in the state of Texas and what our nation pays our teachers on average. And that is a large gap that we also need to consider. And this $10,000 pay raise across the board should help raise everyone up to closer match that level.
Well, so one of the problems with it is your amendment doesn't close the gap, it just moves the gap, right?
Between, you're saying urban
rural and urban,
rural.
Yeah.
But the other point is what Senator Menendez mentioned is that the way this is currently written out, it doesn't just apply between urban and rural. There are school districts that will get the benefit of what's supposed to be or what's considered to be just rural, but are in the middle of an urban area.
Thank you. I think the intent of the bill is good, and we definitely need to focus on closing that gap and not moving the gap. So that's why I oppose this amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
Could I ask the author a question?
Do you yield, Senator LaMattia?
Yes, sir.
Senator LaMattia, thank you for offering this amendment. When you break it down and you're talking about $2,000 one time, what's the average per month that a teacher would get? An additional what?
Less than $150.
Less than $150. Do you think that our teachers are worth more than $150 a month?
Very much more.
So this is the way it is in the bill right now is what's proposed, the $2,000, that is a one-time?
It's one time.
One time.
Yes.
Now, there was, I think I heard there was going to be an amendment to address the expiration date. Do you know anything about that?
I heard the same, but I haven't seen that amendment yet.
Okay. So if it doesn't work out, then the legislature would have to recreate the allotment. Is that correct?
That's correct. If they wanted it to continue after this one-time payment, we'd have to be back here and try to find that money again and have this conversation again and try to keep doing it. And that would have to happen every year until we pulled that expiration date.
Well, actually, it would be every other year.
Every other year.
When we're in session.
Correct.
Do you think our teachers need much more attention on this issue than just once every other year to recreate if the legislature has the votes and the wherewithal to pass it?
Yes, and the point of this bill was supposed to retain and attract teachers. And so a one-time payment that happens one year doesn't do anything to retain teachers the next year and the year after that, and doesn't do a lot to attract teachers in the future because that money is no longer on the table for them.
Do you recall in committee any discussion on why the increase, the $4,000 extra to teachers, teachers in districts with less than 20,000 students? What was the logic? And maybe that's a better question for the bill author, but you are on the committee. Did this ever come up?
I don't recall the specific issue coming up, but I could have missed something, so that is a question for the author of the bill, the difference between the $2,000 and $6,000 allotment.
Someone, I think it was Senator Middleton, mentioned, well, we're trying to close a gap between urban, rural teachers. But, you know, that's, I think, someone said that's a moving target because you have to consider cost of living, where people live, where they teach, and also take into consideration that teachers in rural parts of Texas are going to have smaller class sizes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think you have a good amendment. And are you open to discussing, maybe it's not $10,000, maybe it's $8,000, maybe it's $6,000, maybe it's $5,000, but would you agree that it has to be more than $2,000 to make a difference in the pocketbook of our teachers?
Yes, this is a great start, but it needs to be more. And if we can build on that, if we can work on increasing that number, I would love to do that. $10,000 is a goal. It's something that our teachers have asked for. It's something that they deserve. But if we can work on getting somewhere close to that, I would love to do that.
And would you agree that's why a lot of our teacher groups and organizations are opposed to this? Because it comes down to just a measly, possibly a little less than $150 a month?
Yeah, our teachers are wonderful. They withstand so much, and they're willing to forego this $2,000 and come out against it because they know what they are worth. They know what they deserve. They know the amount of hours and effort they put into it, and they're not going to accept anything less.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Just a few questions for the author of the amendment, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lamantia. So we discussed how much it would be. It would be about $146 if you consider a 12% tax bracket. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which is pretty much the tax bracket that most teachers would be in, earning about $56,000 to some odd thousand. And we've called on our teachers to do much more than teach these days. They have to be counselors sometimes, don't they?
They very much do.
Sometimes they have to be nurses, don't they?
Right.
Sometimes they have to be, lunch attendants at times. We've called on them to do that, haven't we?
Yes, and coaches and after-school sitters, everything.
And sometimes some people in this room would even want them to be security people, to carry guns. And I think 77% of teachers don't want to carry guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so God knows where they're going to find the money to buy their own gun and their own bullets, even if assuming that they wanted to do this, because it's $146 a month after all. Our teachers do something more than just do all of those things and teach. They also buy these nice little gold stars for kids, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And that comes out of their own pockets, doesn't it?
Yes.
They buy the little fuzzy animal to give to Johnny when he does well, don't they?
Yes, it's pretty often if you go to a dollar store in the middle of the school year and you'll see a teacher in line trying to buy school supplies to help with their kids.
Most teachers will send a kid to the nurse, but sometimes if the nurse isn't around and that little boy or that little girl needs a Band-Aid, she'll reach into her drawer to get that box of Band-Aids, which costs about $6, $7, doesn't it?
Yes, they'll do whatever they need to do to help their students.
I don't think that we need to beleaguer the point as to what teachers do and how much things cost and find out at the end of the day that this $146 after taxes whittles down to something less than $70 or $80 after they're doing what they do for kids. But you would certainly agree with me.
Yes, sir.
That teachers that get wounded in the line of duty to save children deserve more than a $2,000 pay raise. Because we've even got them doing that, don't we?
We do.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Senator Lamantia, and I am grateful for your amendment. Are you aware that the NEA puts the average salary for a Texas teacher more than $7,500 behind the national average?
Yes, ma'am. It's quite a large gap.
It is also my understanding that teachers currently are 1.5% behind the salary that they were making 10 years ago.
It's a large disparity.
So with an average salary right at, the average salary is a little bit under $60,000. At 1.5, that means they're making $800 less than they were 10 years ago, if my public school math teacher taught me anything.
Well, if my public school math teacher taught me anything, I believe you're correct.
So at $800 behind where they were 10 years ago, a one-time $2,000 is actually a one-time $1,200.
Right.
Thanks for answering my questions.
No, thank you.
Senator Creighton. On the amendment?
Members, I'm going to recommend to oppose the amendment. We've had quite a bit of discussion over the past 45 minutes on why the most significant teacher Bill of Rights and compensation package in the nation is not acceptable. With $3.3 billion in teacher compensation, with all the other pressing and urgent needs the state of Texas addresses in our Texas budget, it's fascinating to me how certain members could stand on the floor and say it's not enough. Of course, we could, at our own discretion, ignore all other pressing state needs that tie directly to saving lives, as well as maintaining the prosperous economic landscape that our state currently holds, because there's nothing that addresses poverty or lower socioeconomic situations like job creation and the different things we do to invest in the future of Texas. But our teachers, first and foremost under this bill, we're standing up for them and lifting them up to keep them safe. And we're lifting them up for the third biennium in a row with a significant across-the-board pay increase that is becoming more and more a part of our budget culture. Of course, Senator LaMantia would recommend that we make it permanent, yet she has not offered a constitutional amendment to dedicate it. So it's very convenient to say that it needs to be permanent, yet our appropriators consider our economic outlook, our revenue, and our expenditures every 2 years, as we should, to be good stewards of the public dollar, what all of our constituents expect. The difference in the additional pay increase for mid to small size districts is tied directly to the fact that even though we have an average median starting salary of $58,000 to $59,000 for teachers across the state, and that's growing with this $3.3 billion compensation package, we have teachers in mid to small size districts still making in the 30s. So anyone that would be advocating for only an across-the-board teacher pay raise is advocating to still leave those teachers behind. And that is not what we are doing with this legislation. We are not going to leave certain teachers behind, no matter what the narrative is, no matter what the exchange is from a political standpoint. We're going to stand for teachers in multiple different compensation tiered, very measured, very well vetted, appropriated, and well-funded ways. Quite frankly, a compensation package that rivals the entire state budgets of a few other states. So to imply in a disingenuous way that we're not standing up for our Texas teachers with a historic, unprecedented, unmatched in the nation teacher Bill of Rights and compensation package is laughable. We are standing for teachers. We are addressing certain inequities where teachers still remain underpaid in certain districts across the state. And cost of living, of course, is different in different areas, so we're addressing that. And with that, Mr. President, I move to oppose the amendment and stay consistent in the ways that we have built a framework to pay our teachers going forward like they expect and deserve.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. Members, this is the last amendment on this bill. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 9 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And Senator Creighton, first I have to apologize. I hadn't brought this amendment to you earlier. It really came up today. I think you and your staff have had a little bit of time to take a look at it. What we're talking about here is page 10, line 61. We want to strike about 5 words, which might be the shortest amendment of the day. This regards the power of the State Board of Education to veto decisions by the State Board for Educator Certification. The State Board for Educators Certification is the entity that determines what are the rules for alternative certification of teachers. They generally do a good job. Their rules are generally not vetoed by the State Board of Education. However, on rare occasion it has happened. In order for the State Board of Education to veto one of these rules from the State Board of Educator Certification, they have to have a 2/3 vote. State Board of Education is an elected body as opposed to the State Board for Educator Certification, which is an appointed body, 15 unelected members. 11 of them vote. They're all appointed by the governor. 2 of the non-voting members are also appointed by the governor. So this is not an entity that is responsive to the electorate, that does what it does all the time, and it's only subject to veto authority by the elected statewide, geographically districted State Board of Education. So this amendment proposes to strike the few words from this bill that would strip the State Board of Education of the authority to veto rules issued by the State Board of Educator Certification. Senator Creighton, I think that if we got rid of this, we would preserve something very important to the voters of the state, which is to have final
final say over this unelected body. Otherwise, from what I can tell, this State Board for Educator Certification has absolutely unchecked authority. Striking these words would simply place authority back with the State Board of Education to veto grave decisions that are inconsistent with what the people of Texas want and which are inconsistent with their educational goals. Thank you, Mr. President. That's my layout.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson, I appreciate your office working with ours, and we understand that some of these things just can't be done early, so no problem there. It's a work in progress, right?
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. As Senator Johnson said, currently the SBOE has veto authority over rules adopted by the State Board of Educators Certification, SBEC. The amendment, although it very much has merit, the amendment would undo some of the streamlining this bill provides. Veto authority does not mean necessarily negotiated rulemaking, and veto kills months of work in rulemaking, which is utilized through a public comment process. That is the only reason why we would stay with the provisions of the bill and recommend opposing the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
12 yes votes, 19 no votes. The amendment fails. Well, members, I guess we're a little behind, but good conversation on the floor. We'll keep moving forward. Senator Creighton, you recognize passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, I move passage to engrossment.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
On the Teacher Bill of Rights, the vote is 21 yes and 10 no. It passes to engrossment. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Need another minute.
Members, following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 552 relating to prohibiting contracts or other agreements with certain foreign-owned companies in connection with agricultural land to be withdrawn from the Committee on Business and Commerce and re-referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Senator Campbell, author. Senator Schwartner, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Hughes, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, as unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1606 relating to evidence and order and regarding intellectual disability on mutual and in certain guardianship proceedings to be withdrawn from the Committee on Jurisprudence and be referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Senator Zaffarini, author. Senator Hughes, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Hughes, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Following motion in writing.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1624 relating to guardianships, alternatives to guardianships, and supports and services for incapacitated persons to be withdrawn from the Committee on Jurisprudence and re-referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Senator Zaffarini, author. Senator Hughes, chair of committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Hughes, chair of committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Motion adopted. Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1636 relating to the establishment of wildland urban interface areas and the adoption and enforcement of the wildland urban interface rate, providing a penalty, to be withdrawn from the Committee on Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs and re-referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development. Author Senator Zaffarini. Senator Perry, chair of committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Birdwell, chair of committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing nothing. Hearing none. Motion adopted. Following motion in writing. Secretary, read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Senate Bill 1780 relating to online notarizations to be withdrawn from the Committee on Jurisprudence and re-referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Senator Parker, author of the bill. Senator Hughes, chair of committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Hughes, chair of committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Any objection? Hearing none. The motion is adopted. Senator Creighton, showtime. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate.
Thank you. We'd let you talk longer, but we're busy. Thank you very much. Senator Creighton, we're ready to go. I was just kidding. Senator Creighton is recognized. Suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 8 is our Texas Parental Bill of Rights. The bill is critical for the educational freedom of Texas families, and it ensures that parents have the specific rights that they deserve when it comes to their child's education. Parental involvement is the most significant factor for student success, and as lawmakers, it's our responsibility to ensure that parents are connected and engaged in their children's education. This bill gives parents the power to make decisions about their children's education, and that's essential to improving academic outcomes. Further, Senate Bill 8 is a game changer for educational freedom in Texas. Families who need additional options for their children's education would be able to access them through this legislation. And this topic's been debated for decades, members, and we have the chance, the opportunity, the obligation to give Texas students more choices when it comes to their education. We recently heard from national experts as well as students and families who've benefited from options related to school choice during a very lengthy testimony and process through our hearings just a couple of weeks ago. This bill does not take a single dollar from public education. Instead, it empowers parents, creates competition for better outcomes, and expands opportunities for almost 6 million students in Texas schools. Senate Bill 8 is a comprehensive solution that provides Texas families with greater control over their child's future, and I know, members, we are all aligned on that. Senate Bill 8 achieves this through several essential provisions, including requiring parental consent before any changes are made to students' health and wellness activities in school, thereby ensuring parents are in charge of their children's education and their experience within the education process. Senate Bill 8 also establishes clear timelines in the district grievance policy process, giving parents the power and authority to navigate the grievance process confidently and with resolution. Allowing free transfers, open enrollment between school districts, subject to the receiving district's capacity, subject to them having the available seats, thereby providing parents with more options for their children's education, and enabling parents to request instructional material reviews, ensuring that lesson content is appropriate and on grade level, which, members, we have many conversations about performance on grade level with our Texas public schools. Offering students the opportunity to attend private school through an $8,000 education savings account, an ESA, $8,000 per student, funded by general revenue, not the foundation school program dollars that are allocated for public schools. Implementing safeguards to prevent any fraud in the use of ESA funds, making sure that the money is used responsibly and for the education outcomes we would all expect and intend. prohibiting the instruction of sexual orientation and gender identity in curriculum, and providing school districts of a certain size an additional $10,000 per student if that student chooses to opt out of that particular district to leave that public school system for a private school opportunity. In conclusion, members, I hope you'll agree with me that Senate Bill 8, long overdue, is crucial to the future of education in our great state and gives our parents education empowerment and education freedom that they deserve on behalf of the needs of their kids as they make decisions that ultimately will determine their future and their family's future. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 8.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to my good friend, the author, Senator.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Creighton.
Yes.
What did you say? You guess? Is that what you said?
I yield.
Oh.
Happy to yield.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Man, this is a massive undertaking. You know, my quick math at 5.5 million students, my quick math at 5.5 million students at $8,000 per student is $44 billion. So if you just take half of that, Senator Creighton, I heard your first statement. I heard you say it's strong. None of this is coming out of public education funding. So where's the funding coming from? Because I'm confused. I mean, there's a whole harmless agreement in here I thought I read for rural schools, if this is to affect them. So if with that being said, and the amount of money we're spending here, where's this money coming from?
Oh, yes, thank you, Senator Miles. So there is a specific dollar amount tied to Senate Bill 8 at $500 million, $500 million. The ESA is set at $8,000. So best case scenario, the ESA, $8,000 out of $500 million starting in the 24-25 school year. And that would serve a maximum of 62,500 students, which would be not only the greatest and most expansive eligibility start for any school choice effort in America by any particular state, but it would also not only serve the most students, it would commit the most dollars.
I think you said 62,000 students?
Best case scenario, $500 million starting 24-25 school year, $8,000 ESA, and a maximum of 62,000 students plus.
In comparison to the 5.5 million students we have, that's the 62,000.
That's correct. There obviously there's scarcity of dollars, and we have a certain budgeted amount to begin this program with. If there is interest in expanding that, we would have to work with appropriators and the committee, finance committee, just to understand impact on the budget.
So 62,000, and if the program takes off, we'll be going north of 62,000. And I'm quite sure, I mean, since, like you said, this has been an ask for Texans for decades, we're going to start with 62,000, move to with a potential of 5.5 million. If I don't even take the 5.5 million, if I just take half of that, we're going to have to be cutting in some budget money somewhere. Madam Finance Chair, we're going to have to be cutting in some money somewhere in the future here for this program. Would you agree with me?
No, I think that the way we're very measured in starting out, Senator Miles, I think that's exactly the reason why this would be sustainable going forward. So just as 30 other states in the nation have launched school choice initiatives over the last 30 plus years, some almost to 35 years ago, we would be the 31st state in the nation to begin this effort, and that is the dollar amount that we've set out in the budget to be able to sustain it and keep it forward.
To start it.
To start.
And none of those other states are as big as Texas, am I correct?
Population-wise,
None of those other 31 states you're talking about is as big as Texas.
population-wise, correct.
Right, that's correct. Okay, so for the sake of this conversation, the sake of these questions I'm about to ask, and the sake of how you're starting this with a small fraction of money based on what it could lead to, and not knowing where the rest of the money for the future is going to come from, for the sake of these questions, I'm going to have to assume that we're going to take some money from public ed.
No.
Okay? Not right now, we're not. I agree with you, not right now, we're not. I agree with you that right now we won't take any money from public ed. Will you accept that?
I'm saying no to both.
I hadn't said the second one yet.
Yes, you said
right now I'm agreeing with you that we're not going to take any money from public schools.
Now or in the future?
Well, I think we're going to have to see what comes to the future. So with that being said, I just got a few questions. Quite a few questions I'd like to ask, because this is very important. It's going to have a very important impact on school districts that I represent in my district. And as you always know, I've got to represent the district. So Senator Creighton, with that, according to this bill, private schools would need to be certified by the Comptroller's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the Certified Education Assistance Organization, which we know as EOAs, what are the certification criteria for schools to become an EOA?
They would have to be
EAO, I'm sorry.
They would have to be accredited under current accreditation processes, and then approved under those accreditation processes and the agency, TEA.
So the same thing our public schools basically go through?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any audits of private operators who receive state money under this bill? Are there going to be any audits for anybody that receives some state money under this bill?
When you say anybody, there'll be providers.
Will there be any audits?
Yes.
For private operators who receive state money under this bill?
Yes, there's an auditing process that started out in the base bill as biennial. We've tightened it up to be annual. It started out in the base bill to be a random shuffle. We've tightened it up by amendment to be of each account and of each provider.
I'm glad to hear that.
So the anti-fraud provisions are tight. The bill is thorough as far as how it's set up. The money does not go straight to the family. It goes to the very approved, accredited provider that you mentioned. And there's an anti-fraud sequence of safeguards that will protect, as well as any structure like this in the nation.
So are you telling me that there are some penalties inside this bill that will discourage misuse of public funds by private schools or other educational vendors?
Well,
what you're saying?
if there, are you saying what happens in the example of impropriety or fraud?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are audits to safeguard from that, and then if there are discoveries related to improprieties or mishandling of funds,
are there any penalties?
Then the district attorney would become involved in the investigation and take it from there, and the approved ESA would cease at that time.
So there's no penalties stated in this bill as we have it today. Is that correct?
Well, other than the laws we currently have on the books for, for fraud in general.
Okay. But the answer to my question is there's no penalties in the bill.
No additional penalties, no. The fraud protections go to the district attorney and they take it from there.
So, question then, well, how will the comptroller ensure that public funds are being used appropriately? And that's through the audits that you put into the bill? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are private schools required to modify their practices or admission policies to be inclusive of all students seeking to utilize the voucher program?
Private schools would
Are private schools required to modify their practices of admissions, their admissions policies, to be inclusive of all students seeking to utilize this voucher program?
Private schools would operate as they do now.
Okay, what about the schools that we're going to be assisting with those 62,000 students?
Well, their parents would make decisions related to the application to that particular school. Their parents would be a part of the due diligence and learning about exactly what the requirements are for that school, and they would make decisions based on whether or not that school most likely would accept their child or not in sort of the market-based way it works now.
So the money coming through the parent to the school, the question is, are the schools going to have any type of admission policies to be inclusive of all students seeking to utilize vouchers? So if my kid has a voucher and wants to go to a school, I don't know, in River Oaks with that voucher, is there going to be a policy because I'm getting state money to go to this school in River Oaks? Do they have a policy to be inclusive of all students, no matter of race, creed, or color? Is there a policy that's going to be attached to this money?
No, as I stated, the parents would make decisions based on that. The private schools would make decisions as they do now. And the parents' use of the ESA at that time would be directed based on their preferences for where their kids go to school, as it should be.
So will the parents have a requirement to make sure that these schools have an all-inclusive policy before they're able to spend our state money to go to these schools?
The parents would make decisions based on that.
But we're not going to put
and many other examples of what a parent would look for in choosing a certain school. So our parents are smart, right? I mean, they're making decisions way better than government does, way better than senators do, way better than public schools do. Parents are the ultimate factor in making decisions on where their kids will be educated. They'll be way ahead of the curve on what school creates what criteria for acceptance.
So, Senator Creighton, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is there's no policy attached to this money that the parents are going to be receiving from us. There's no admissions policy. There's no academic performance policy. Are we going to? I mean, 'cause I hear what you're saying is it's on the parents to pick the schools, but the funding for that is actually coming from us. Is that correct? The state.
The funding is taxpayer money that's going back to the taxpayer. So as it flows through our coffers, we would be the 31st state in the nation to finally make the correct decision to allow parents to direct educational outcomes for their family, as we should. And then, yes, the private school, as it does now, would have certain criteria and eligibility for acceptance, as they do now. They would have their own norm reference testing that they offer now for assessments, and this bill would not place any additional strings on the private schools because what they do very well.
So if I'm hearing you correct, there's not going to be any policies based for admissions. So admission policies can be discriminated based on academic performance, race, disciplinary records, because that's how I'm seeing it. You want to, or disability, or even ability to pay.
You and I both know that as the data shows in other states, I mean, look, most other states other than 4 have had up to 20, 30 years of these ESAs and school choice opportunities, and just this year and last year, have moved away from lower socioeconomic and disabled only. So obviously in 30 other states, they haven't set up a framework of exclusion. They've set up a framework of success. And so where those students have achieved success, we will achieve the same. We're just behind, but we're about to lead.
I hear you, Brother Creighton, and we all want success for our students, but the reality of it is, you know, we here in Texas, and part of the stuff that I argue on this floor all the time is inclusiveness and equity, Mr. President, and equality. So all I'm asking is there going to be any kind of policy, or are they going to be able to openly discriminate for disciplinary records, disabilities, race, or ability to pay, because this is taxpayers' dollars, everybody's taxpayers' dollars, that we're going to be giving these vouchers for these kids to go to these schools. And I don't know about the other states, Senator Creighton. I live in Texas. My kids go to school in Texas. Your kids go to school in Texas. That's really all I'm concerned about are Texas kids. So there's no policy included. Okay, so realistically...
Was that a question or...
It was a question we've been going back and forth for the last few minutes. Yeah, is there a policy attached to the voucher money that goes to these parents for these kids to pick schools that's going to prevent them from discriminating against disciplinary records, a child's disability, a child's race, or even the ability for a parent to complete the payment? Is there anything attached to this money? Anything like that attached to this money?
Senator Miles, in countless studies and categories, the success for the disabled student going to a private school has been immeasurable and positive, and so there is nothing to fear on that end. In fact, this is a choice. So don't you feel like if those very concerns existed that you're talking about, and unlike the two of us, the parents, the mom and dad, would know that those barriers were exactly the reason why a child should stay in their public school? If their child stays in their public school, then there wouldn't be no reason to fear the barriers that you manufacture about private schools, because they can stay in public schools.
Senator Creighton,
most states show they
respectfully, my friend, that's in a perfect world. Reality is we don't live in a perfect world. Okay?
I'm talking
in reality,
about data.
The unfortunate reality of it is children can be discriminated against on as well. For their economic status, for their race, for their disability, for their disciplinary record. They can be discriminated on. And what you're describing to me is a perfect world. And I wish we all had lived in a perfect world, but we don't. So we have to set guidelines in place. And that's what we do here in the legislature. We set guidelines and rules and laws in place so that people can't be discriminated on. So based on what you're telling me, I'm going to say that there's nothing in place, and I'm going to go on to the next question. Is that okay, or you want to answer?
I would just say that the categories of success are overwhelming based on all that I have to cite for performance for the disabled, ethnic minorities, and those that you mentioned in all categories in private schools, as it will be the case in Texas. And parents will drive the outcomes if they see different.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. So the realistic reality of it is a private school can have discriminatory admission policies, and be allowed to receive state dollars. That's the reality of it. Is that not true? You're going to give me
Miles, there's protections in federal law, and there are many different ways that individuals can sue based on that, but otherwise they can continue to look if they find that in some way, shape, or form a private school falls short of expectations. The countless success stories from those that are disabled and those that have chosen options other than public schools are just showing, all the data shows the contrary to what you're saying. You're saying that private schools are a hotbed of discrimination, therefore ESAs don't make sense, and the data does not show that.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, and I find it very interesting that the great state of Texas wants to fall back on laws of the federal government as it pertains to this. But I'm going to move on, Senator Creighton. Will private schools be graded based on student performance on a state administrative test like the STAR test? Will these schools be graded based on STAR tests?
Private schools, as they don't now, they would not have the STAR test imposed on them. They would continue to use norm reference testing and assessments that they rely upon now. And
so go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, brother.
And again, the parents would be ultimately making that decision, as they do for all the students that are in private schools today.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you correct, I'm trying to find where are the measures and what will be in place to ensure accountability in regards to the use of these state funds by some of these private schools.
The parents ultimately
keep going back to parents. What are we going to put in place? Are we going to just rely on the parents on accountability of state money?
Well, the TEA will get data from the assessments. We'll have performance indicators. It calls for it in the bill. There are safeguards in place at the same time that we don't impose additional strings on private schools. Even though that is the case, mutually exclusive from that, there are also performance indicators and requirements so that that provider is providing information so that performance assessment can be overseen.
Overseen by parents. Members, I want y'all to hear what our colleague is saying.
Overseen by parents and collected by the comptroller.
We're going to entrust our public dollars that we're in charge to oversee, based on what you're saying, is we're going to rely on our parents to monitor and be accountable for it. Is that correct?
You got half of my answer. So the other half of my answer was that, and don't discount parents, right? I keep putting them first.
I'm not discounting parents. I'm not discounting parents. I know what the oath I took when I came to this body. When I came to this body, I knew I took an oath to oversee, to make sure that we were spending their money properly and that we were appropriating money properly. And now what I'm hearing you say is we're going to leave it to parents through this choice program that's worked well in 30 other states. But this is Texas, and that's a perfect world. And we don't live in perfect worlds, Senator Creighton. So that's what I'm saying. I'd love to hear the second part of your...
You mention a perfect world like it's all theory and hypothetical and opinion. I'm talking about data. And so when you say data is the equivalent of a perfect world, we're talking about trends. And obviously we have school choice in Texas. We have intermittent open enrollment between public schools. We have charter schools. We have an ESA that was set up by the governor's office not too long ago. We have magnet schools. We have many different examples, but true school choice where parents have the options that are available to them for the needs of their kids. Of course, we're talking about that now, and the bill calls for accountability in the sense that the assessments that private schools currently use and would continue to use after this bill was implemented, the data from that would be shared with the comptroller so that if we did have questions about performance, we could gather that information.
Okay, I'm going to move on, Mr. President, members, because I know we've got a lot of questions. Let me shift over to public schools that are obligated to enroll and meet the needs of every student according to the state and federal law. Although the voucher programs receive public funding, we're just establishing that private schools participating in these programs can deny admissions, disenroll, discipline, and refuse necessary services to students for almost any reason, including those that are outright discriminatory, because you haven't given me a straight answer on that, Senator Creighton. So if private schools reject a student based on their own criteria, what's preventing a concentration of more costly to educate students in public schools due to private schools denying enrollment to students with higher needs? Did you catch that?
Your question is specific to students only with higher cost needs that cost more in services provided?
If a student's needs are higher than the voucher, and the private school or who we're giving it to do not want to take on the financial responsibility or the burden, they can easily, under this bill, deny that student from coming into their school.
Senator Miles, that's just not how most of these schools work. For instance, the King's Academy in Dallas provides $4 to $5 million each year in tuition assistance for eligible students to be able to attend. And they provide, on average, 95% tuition coverage through tuition assistance per student. The remaining 5% is covered by a parent or guardian. On all their other campuses, almost 40% of the students receive some sort of tuition assistance. And that's just one example in Dallas of someone that testified in committee. Many of these schools provide tuition assistance. The average tuition for a private school is just over $9,000. The basic allotment plus tier 1 and 2 allotments in the public schools, raise your hand, says we're averaging about $10,000 per public school student. We're really above that. And the ESA is set at $8,000. So yes, some students are going to need some help. Yes, there's going to be a delta. Some students are going to be in schools with tuition that's $7,000.
And some schools are going to deny them completely.
Senator Miles, you keep talking about the denials. If you could help me just understand better why you feel like that's prevalent.
Well, let me ask you. I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
Did I read your bill correctly that private schools must provide notice to the students with disabilities that they must waive their federal rights under the Federal Individual with Disability Act? Did I read your bill right? Or did I misread it?
I don't know that they're waiving any protections in federal law.
If I read that bill correct, and my staff's looking it up now, it says that private schools must provide notice that students with disabilities must waive their federal rights under the Federal Individuals with the Disability Act. It's in there, right?
Are you finished? Okay. Okay, both of you went that way. Are you continuing?
Yeah. Just clarifying.
It was just a fact check, sir.
Okay.
Just clarifying.
Who has the floor?
What's that?
I asked the question. It's on his side.
Okay. Senator Creighton.
For response.
Yeah, I believe that your question is tied to IDEA protections in federal law for public schools. So if they change from public school to private school, there would be different protections in place or different requirements in federal law because of that change. So the whole picture, you didn't give the whole picture, but on the public to private switch, there are differences in federal law for protections. Again, if you're asserting that private schools don't take care of disabled kids accurately or adequately, I wonder why 30 other states that have passed school choice provisions have passed those laws only for disabled kids to be able to use those particular school choice options. So obviously those moms and dads are not going to send their kids to very successful private schools for the disabled over a 3-decade period across the nation if they're at risk.
Again, I don't know about the other 30 states.
I'm letting you know.
I reside and I legislate in Texas. But if we're going to be clear,
yes,
the rights that we just spoke about cannot be requested to be waived under public school system, but they can be waived. They can and will be waived under private school system. Public school system, they can't do it by law, but a private school system can do anything they want under their laws.
Yeah, Senator Miles.
You said yeah. Okay, so how does a parent waive their students' legal protection and further provide transparency or accountability over the student's education? If a parent's going to waive their rights, then where's the transparency and where's the accountability?
Senator Miles, your entire line of questioning, which I very much respect, and I'm here for the answers, is tied to lack of accountability and protections for somewhat possible marginalized vulnerable communities if they choose to move from a public school to a private school. You're not pleased.
And that's what I represent.
With how private schools take care of business.
Marginalized public schools. I'm protecting those that I represent.
And I do as well.
Okay. So that's what my line of questioning is about.
As well. And I'm saying you and I,
my constituents,
you and I in this bill, we're not going to change private school requirements or accountability with this legislation. All we're going to do is empower parents to make a choice. If they don't want to make the choice, they stay in public school.
I get that, Senator Creighton, but we're going to allow those parents money to send their kids to these schools, state tax money, public money to send those kids to these schools who can discriminate. Okay, and who can request that they waive their rights.
Well, Senator Miles,
that's the part I'm trying to get you to understand, sir.
I respect your advocacy, but I disagree in the sense that I wouldn't be letting a mom and dad do anything. A mom and dad has the right to make the decision on where their child goes to school and gets an education. They have the right to know what they're being taught. They have the right to know who's teaching them. They have the right to make decisions on their care. They make decisions for their kids that are vulnerable way more than any public school ever would or private school. They have the right to decide way beyond what the responsibility of you and I have to govern their every move.
And you and I have the right to protect taxpayers' dollars. That's the right we have.
And the anti-fraud...
That's the right that I'm trying to make sure that we protect.
The anti-fraud provisions in the bill, the anti-fraud provisions are the strongest in the nation.
Under this bill, Senator Creighton, is there going to be a private rating, the same kind that TEA has, of an A or F grading system? Does your bill address that in any kind of way? Because TEA right now for public schools, they have a rating of an A through F. So as we give this money to our private schools, or we give it to the parents that are going to take it to the private schools, what kind of accountability are we going to have? Is it the same that public schools will have, a grading of A through F?
There would not be an A through F rating, and just as we see that charter schools that fail 2 years in a row close, but public schools that fail year after year after year stay open. Are you suggesting that if we create mirroring provisions for public to private, that we create mirroring provisions for public to public? Because if you are, lay the amendment on the table.
Senator Creighton, have you ever seen a private school fail? Do you not know of any private school that's ever failed?
Private schools sometimes, in very limited situations, decide to merge with others, and in other situations...
Have you ever seen a private school fail? Do you know of any private schools that fail? Are you saying private schools don't fail?
Are you saying in profitability or assessment or what in fail in what
Pick
regard?
One. Your choice. Which one you want to go?
I've seen private schools close.
Yes.
And I've seen charter schools fail.
I have too.
And I've seen public schools fail, yet they stay open year after year after year beyond that failure.
But this bill doesn't address that right here, Senator Creighton.
And I'm asking you...
And I agree with you, they do, but the bill does not address that.
And I'm asking if you
let's
want...
just not talk over each other. It's great discussion. Just let each
you
side
would like
talk.
mirroring provisions, we have to look at accountability all across the board.
Senator Creighton, I'm going to ask a couple more questions and I'm going to go to my seat. Shouldn't private schools be rated by TEA using the same A through F grading to make sure parents know the quality of the private school before they spend their dollars and our state's dollars, for which right now under this bill there's going to be little accountability for?
Senator Miles, I think I understand why you suggest that, and I understand the thought process behind it, that you feel passionately about it. I think parents have many other ways to look at the performance of private schools, should they even choose to take this route. And I would leave it up to them and the information that's already out there available to them right now on which private school they may choose. At the end of the day, if the private school falls short, they can move to another private school, or they can turn the ESA back in and re-enroll back in a public school, which families in my district would like to do. I've got a grandparents coalition for students with autism that love their public school, but they need a private school for coping skills because they so much want to go one day to that public school in the 9th grade. So they would use an ESA to take advantage of those opportunities for those specific vulnerable needs, and then they would transfer back into the public school system. You see, we can lift up public schools like never before as we are right now this session, and we can also offer education freedom like over half the nation has already done under Democrat and Republican legislatures and governors, and never for once see it one time as partisan or some sort of divide that's against public education. It's all harmonious, it fits together, and the $12 billion in additional money we're putting into public schools this biennium over last biennium proves that. So we're going to be fine, and I trust the parents.
So, closing, to be fair, schools in my district, such as Wheatley, Cashmere, Yates, BC Elmore, who were all being lifted up, I'm going to use your words, who were all being lifted up. All of them were being lifted up, as you just described, brother. But yet, we're being taken over by the state. Because we were right, we were lifting up. Each one of those schools were turning around and had better test scores because we were lifting them up. But yet, they're still being taken over by the state of Texas. Senator Creighton, I would ask if this is the proper time, Mr. President, to give an amendment. To see if my good friend Senator Creighton.
We're on suspension right now, so we're not on amendments right now. You can do that on the second reading.
As I said, if it's the proper time, so I'll be back.
Thank you, Senator Miles, and I understand the concerns about the district that you mentioned. I'm the only senator on the floor that has had a school district taken over by TEA. And there was so much concern, there was so much fear in the community, there was incredible trepidation, there were requests to reconsider, but once we went through the process on it in Beaumont ISD, now there is a broad cross-section of the community that feels like, even though it was a difficult road, that it was fair, that local citizens were chosen to be temporary conservators, and that the district is better because of it. I'm not saying that may be the case for your district or your situation. I'm just giving my personal experience there. And actually, I really appreciate you sharing that concern with the floor as we consider this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, good discussion, gentlemen. Senators, good discussion. Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
To ask the author of the bill a couple of questions.
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, Senator. I know you've worked very hard on parental rights. You've worked really hard on teacher rights and the previous bill. And so I'm just going to ask a very specific question. And it has to do, just a clarification on, I think it's the first page of the bill. Some of the parents reading section 11.161 on page 1 addresses frivolous suits or proceedings against school districts. The language in the bill adds administrative proceedings. So I just want to make sure, and I think, I think it's on page 1, Senator, and just to make sure, here, let me hand this to you. Got it. I just want to make sure on that, on administrative proceedings, that if a mother files a complaint deemed frivolous by the district that results in an administrative proceeding, will the parent be required to pay for legal costs incurred from these complaints? And again, I just want to make sure when, a parent might have a complaint that we're not somehow, it's an unintended consequence of that would make a parent maybe fearful of bringing a complaint forward.
Right. No, I mean, Senator Colcourse, it's a great question. You and I both know that the grievance process is a cornerstone of the bill. So making sure in a parental bill of rights that parents have the rights that they deserve and that are not currently in many public school systems being honored or respected, this bill would be, would highly covet expansion of those rights. So we also know that many grievances, sort of in a harassment type of format, can be brought over and over and over by the same party. This provision only provides the disbursement in legal cost or the requirement in legal cost if the claim is found to be frivolous, not if they lose.
Good. I just want to make sure, we saw, even here in Texas, it was really unbelievable that parents that came to school board meetings to express concerns were, my goodness, I can't believe this is coming out of my mouth, arrested for coming to school board meetings and caring about their children. Some of that happened during COVID and some of the procedures and things. And I believe that the best school districts are the school districts that have parents involved. I mean, they are involved. They're listening to what their school board is doing. They receive feedback back and forth. And I just think that whether it was the Department of Justice or local police officers, I can't believe it happened in Texas, of all places, that parents, father not far from here was arrested, taken out in handcuffs.
There are many examples. And look, we love our public schools. Our teachers, our administrators, our public schools do incredible work. And it's by and large a high percentage of just exceeding expectations, right? But there are situations that we have to address in these legislative sessions, and we've had way too many examples of parents being disenfranchised during a grievance process, very legitimate grievance process on behalf of their kids, and they need to have additional protections. We have those protections in law currently by statute, but this bill expands on those parental rights to make sure that even if a grievance is not resolved in a way that the parent is completely satisfied with, they can start a petition that will trigger a school board hearing among local elected official trustees to receive that grievance and review it. If the school board decides not to have a hearing, then at a stronger petition threshold, they can force the hearing to happen. So there are many gateways of protection in this bill, including making sure that the initial stops are much, much stronger than they have been before now.
Well, I'm blessed in Senate District 18 to have some wonderful public schools. They work really hard. Our school board members do a terrific job in, again, having an involved and engaged constituency, really, because those parents are really the constituents of those school board members. And being involved in having their voices heard, whether that's in a format at a school board meeting, whether that's in other meetings that they have with the superintendent. The larger school districts, that's hard, but I look forward to continuing to work with you on, again, a parent bill of rights and making their best decisions for their children. I know recently in a Health and Human Service committee hearing, we were talking about a parent who had driven here from San Antonio whose child has multiple issues, IDD, and she was talking about getting her child in the best setting for him to live his best life. And so I think that's part of what you're trying to accomplish here. But I just want to make sure that in no way, especially in that section, that you're trying to quell the right of a parent to have a voice. And I know you have other parts of the bill that are important.
Absolutely. Parents are first in this legislation to make sure that their current rights in statute are enhanced.
And I love that because really what we're talking about here is that parents raise children. Government does not raise children.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Colcourse.
Senator West, for what purpose?
A couple of questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield. Yeah.
Senator Creighton, I know you've done a lot of work on these education bills, and this being your second tour of duty as the chair of the committee. And I know that you've traveled the state institutions of higher education and also public schools to kind of get an idea of what's going on around the state of Texas, specifically as it relates to our public school system. You would agree with me that on a national scale, that our public school system rates about, 40th overall when compared to other states?
In funding or
I'm sorry, in funding, correct.
You know, I think those rankings are interesting, Senator West. I agree with you that we're in the middle of the pack to the 40th in number, depending on how you measure it. Some of those rankings, for instance, on funding, don't take into consideration that in Texas we have a local property tax rate, and then the state provides 44, 45, 46% of the share of education funding. So a lot of those rankings are directly tied to what the state government only puts into public education, yet we never see the rankings that show we're one of 12 states in America that puts 53% of our state budget into education initiatives.
So would you, in part of this debate, you would agree that we've had inflation since 2019. It's about 14.5%. Have we kept up with inflation in terms of funding our public schools, regardless of how it's measured? Funding is measured.
We'll see the final tally on as we approach the floor with the budget and move on towards the end of May in session where it all shakes out. But you and I both know, all of us, the whole state is talking about inflation and the way the economy is currently being managed.
Well, I understand that. I'm talking about public schools, though. I think the inflation since 2019 has been like 14.5%. And obviously, if we're going to make certain our public schools are adequately funded, we've got to keep up with inflation. Do you not agree?
The best way we can. Yeah, we've seen inflation, at different numbers over the past year. I think the comptroller reports that they have 1,000 different metrics they use to determine what our revenue will be as we guess into the future. But again, as I mentioned before, we're putting this session over $12 billion of new money. $12 billion of new money that did not
into education.
Into education. That
that includes the retirees also, right? That includes the $600 million we're putting into school safety and things of that nature.
That's across the board. That is beyond what we're putting into public education this session is beyond the state budget, the total state budget amount for 15 states.
So, but let me ask the question: are we taking care of inflation? That's what I'm asking.
What would be your recommendation for me to advise the White House on how to take care of inflation and the economic policies that are affecting inflation, Senator West? I'm not sure if we're taking care of inflation.
That's one perspective you could take. I'm talking about here in the state of Texas, and I'm not talking about the White House. I'm talking about are we keeping up with inflation as we go? Let me finish.
We can.
Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that you have served as the head of Article 3, which is education in the state of Texas. And you've made recommendations to the entire Finance Committee. And my question is, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine. Have we taken care of inflation as it relates to the costs of educating kids in the public school system? That's all I'm asking. And if you don't know, that's fine.
Well, I thought I answered that with our commitment, right? Because in the budget, what we've done to lift up public schools, what we've done to fund new enrollment, what we've done to lift up our teachers with an across-the-board pay raise, an additional pay raise for teachers that lack parity in pay in different regions of the state, and the teacher incentive allotment that pays up to $17,000 above the base for 7,000 teachers across Texas right now. What we've done in all those categories, new enrollment, public education funding, and teacher pay, on top of $600 million to $1 billion that will just be dedicated to school safety. What we've done for our retirees on almost $4 billion for cost of living increase, what we've done for retirees on a 13th check. I think we're putting on a clinic for how to take care of education in the nation right now, for how we're lifting all of them up. Separate from that, this money is not from the permanent school fund. As we address the grid, as we address the border, as we address property taxes so people can afford to stay in their homes and live close to family, as we address all these issues separate from public education dollars, we've taken $500 million to set it aside for educational freedom.
Then I take it from your response, we've addressed inflation for public schools.
I can't say that we have, because I don't know that we can outrun inflation.
All right.
All I can say is we've made our best effort forward with the dollars that are available, separating the expenditures and the commitment that we have put together under Chairman Huffman's leadership, and noting that the spending cap has certain pressures, downward pressures on us to use and make decisions with the entire surplus. I think it's incredible what we've done to combat the current economic conditions that we face in this country by supporting our public schools.
Are you finished?
Well, as you would, Senator West, I'd let you know.
Okay. Let's talk about.
Hold on a minute. No, I'm just kidding with you. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Let me finish.
Let's talk about vouchers. All right. And I know you said this education, some sort of education scholarship program. All right.
Yes, sir.
And there's numerous such programs around the country, correct?
There are.
What's the most prominent program around the country?
You know, it depends on priorities and what people look at as far as top indicators. You know, I think we make a lot of references to Florida, but Florida is not the only high performer. I think Arizona has shown some incredible strides. I think states that have been doing this for 20 to 30 years, like Arizona and Florida, are only interesting because right now they're on their fourth iteration under different Republican and Democratic governors and legislatures, and they continue to show that they can perform with the data to back it up. So, you know, I've got some examples that I would probably use from Florida, but tell me your question in particular.
The question was, what are the most prominent voucher programs in the country? And so you're saying that Arizona and Florida are the most prominent?
Yeah, I think.
All right, let's take a look at those.
Yeah.
In terms of Arizona, do you realize this is based on a Fort Worth Star-Telegram article that the Arizona program is basically for wealthy students, wealthy families, and researchers found that 45% of those who applied for scholarships under the new Universal Scholarship Education Program were amongst the wealthiest quarter of students in the state. Did you realize that?
So Arizona for years has had...
the question was, did you realize that?
I'm about to indicate.
Okay,
Arizona has had for years school choice opportunities specifically designed for disabled students. So I'm not sure exactly when you make reference to income, but you know what I do know? I know that disabilities don't care about income brackets. Bullying, fentanyl, the disabled, special needs, not really tied to a dollar figure.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
The question is this particular program that you are the architect of here in the state of Texas, does it prioritize students of need? And is it for all students, regardless of their economic income level, or the parents or the family's economic income level?
Yeah, I think when we get through our amendments, it would be a better discussion, but we will have, through the course of the day and the discussion and with the amendments suggested by myself and a couple of others, we'll have some interesting things to consider related to income, related to public school students that are currently in D and F rated failing schools. We'll have conversations related to how broad to make the universal category for what students are covered. And we'll have conversations related to students that are within 200 to 400% of the poverty level. Okay, so I just mentioned 200 to 400% of the poverty level. Is that not on point with your question? I didn't know if I was being funny or I was being accurate, but I hope I was being both.
No, I was saying that you were being good. You're
okay.
Good. You're good. That's what I said. Yeah. I just disagree with you, but that's fine.
No.
being the lawyer that you are, I can respect that. Okay, and being the lawyer that I am, hopefully you can respect these questions I'm asking.
Yeah.
And again, when I look at Arizona, most of the people that participate in that program are from the wealthiest Arizonians in that particular program, even though that program's been around for a long time, right? Just as you said a few minutes ago, Florida is doing the same thing. And when you begin to make sure you tell the people here in the Senate chamber, when you begin to look at, I guess you could say, the academic achievement of students in these schools compared to public schools, what's been the findings in Arizona, Indiana, Louisiana? Talk about those.
The academic performance, Senator West, it's been either level or exceptional. But,
where has it been exceptional?
But the narratives...
Where has it been exceptional?
I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm saying where.
The narratives tied to the lack of academic performance, like in committee, we talked about Louisiana.
It's been, wait a minute, Louisiana has been exceptional?
That's what I'm getting at. In committee, we talked about Louisiana as an example of a state that has had lower performance, and it's one of the only examples, right? I mean, we're talking about 30 states across the nation that have shined.
Indiana has a program, in fact, it has the largest program in the country. Did you not know that?
Indiana overall has good academic performance. They have examples, as every state does, that need to improve.
Let me ask you this.
We have examples in every category under this roof of what we consider in policy that shine and that fail. Obviously, there's not one that's foolproof. But
you know, what I'm trying to do,
most of the exampple are positive.
And when, you know, being the lawyer that you are, I'm asking you to cite me a statute, a source. When you start talking about Indiana, my source, and it's the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, I must admit that, but my source in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram is saying Indiana does not have a successful program. What is your source saying that it has?
Well, you were talking about Indiana. I was mentioning your example of Louisiana.
Louisiana, what's your source?
But Louisiana created barriers for private schools to participate, so only about 28% of private schools participated in Louisiana's program because of those barriers. When those barriers were lifted, that performance had an uptick. But with only 28% of private schools included and the best private schools in the state of Louisiana excluded, we cannot use Louisiana as an example any more than the failing policies in D.C. or in Wisconsin.
So you do admit then that most of these programs are failing in the state.
I admit in Louisiana, D.C., and Wisconsin that they were isolated, that the majority in each of those states and in that city, as an example, were by and large very high
I understand what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is it failed in Louisiana. It failed in Indiana. Regardless of whether or not there were some issues associated with all programs. And let me go on, though, because I know other people want to ask questions.
Yeah, I don't agree that it
Okay,
failed.
that's fine. And I was asking you to cite a source. I was citing my source. I hadn't heard your source. As it relates to Arizona and Florida, Florida is removing the income requirement, I believe, prioritizing students within 200 to 400% of poverty. And so it's opening it up to all of the students in the state of Florida, which is kind of inconsistent with how this bill is structured. So let's talk about this bill. As I understand this bill, specifically in section 25.035, I don't have the page number on it, but in section 25.035 of the bill, it requires public school districts to accept student transfers if there is space available. Does your bill require private schools to accept all students if there's space available at that private school?
No.
Okay.
The bill requires under open enrollment provisions for public schools. The bill requires under open enrollment provisions for public schools that applicants be accepted pending seats being available. Also, just to make sure that I source, you came to the table with a question I didn't know was coming. You had your Dallas Morning News.
It was actually Fort Worth Star Telegram.
I found what I needed because I didn't have the time you had the luxury of having. And I just want you to know I have 175 empirical studies, state by state, showing that choice programs and outcomes are positive and exceptional, and that there are also examples that need to be improved.
And what is that source, sir?
The choice is the 1, 2, 3s of school choice.
And
it is not only providing the sites for the studies, it's providing the graphs, the references, and the data associated with each state.
Who developed that study?
The 1, 2, 3s of school choice is the source.
Is the source?
And then the polling is provided by Real Clear Choice. And then the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute.
Oh, okay. And now I got you.
Compiled.
Then it comes down to the credibility of the source.
Well, which is why I'm giving it to you, so you can discredit it.
I got you.
I don't think you can discredit it.
Well, I mean, it's a credibility issue. I mean, based on.
Who was your source?
Fort Worth Star Telegram.
Fort Worth Star Telegram. Okay.
Is that a bad source?
So I have 175 empirical studies.
Oh, you've
got the Star.
No, what you have.
I'll take that all day.
What you have is a 1, 2, 3 organization, right? It's a conservative think tank.
Very credible. Yeah.
Fort Worth Star Telegram is an independent newspaper. That's what I have. But I mean, it gets down to judging the credibility of the source. Mine was independent.
Thank you, Senator Wells.
All right. Going back to the question now. So private schools are not required to accept students, even if they have the space, correct?
That's right. No, parents would make that decision if a private school was full and didn't have the space.
I'm saying that they're not full. But if I want to take my child or my grandchild to a particular school and I had this scholarship, and that school was one of the providers, approved providers, it'd be up to them to decide whether or not my child would be able to go to that school, correct? If there was space available.
As always is the case, as it is now, yes. We have a school in my hometown that has 67 seats with 173 additional applications, and that school is for special needs. private school that provides for special needs, all incomes, all ethnic breakdowns, all different types of disabled needs, and they have about 170 plus waiting while those families are waiting because there aren't available seats. They're also considering a couple of other schools in the area in the meantime.
But again, if space was available, it'd be up to the school as to whether or not they would accept a student. Assuming that a parent wanted that child to go to that school that you're talking about, and if space was available, it would be up to the school to make that decision. As opposed in public schools must take whomever comes, correct?
There's very much differences between publics and privates.
I understand that. I'm just, but right. That's the very reason we hadn't traditionally funded private schools.
Right.
Right? Because of the differences. And so we fund public schools and public charter schools. That's what we've been doing. And obviously this is a complete break from what we've done historically if this bill passed, which it failed over in the House. But I know it's a process. It's a process.
The bill hasn't been considered in the House.
I understood it had been considered. It was in the budget. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, the budget vote? Well, look, Senator West, if I was coming to you to purchase something, I'd ask you what you'd take, but you'd say, I'm not going to negotiate against myself. Make me an offer. Right now, the House needs to see deal points. They're not going to negotiate against themselves, so of course they're going to be a no until they're a yes. And I go through my no's to get my yeses.
Well, I wish you all the luck in the world, okay?
Well, I need you standing by me.
Well, the reality is we've stood beside each other. We agree on more than we disagree on. We just disagree on this right here. I think we should adequately fund our public schools. I think we should need to make certain that we have programs that are, frankly, transparent, because there's no accountability. We always talk about the taxpayer. And in terms of the transparency here, we don't have it in our public school system, which, and I know that Mr. President remembered this, we ended up doing A through F, right? And Senator Miles asked you about A through F. There's no A through F requirement in this particular bill in order to make certain that parents know the ratings of the private schools. There's no rating system at all, where parents can look at it and make a determination as to whether or not they want to go to that particular school and see whether or not to get the kid in. Let me ask you this question. Does this bill also provide for if a certain size school district loses a student and that student decides to go to a private school, is there compensation for that school district?
Yes, there's a hold harmless provision for districts of a certain size to help them scale for a couple of years compared to larger districts that may have different resources or different personnel, different infrastructure. There's a hold harmless provision in the bill for a little bit more runway for those school districts.
So what you just said, may have, okay? Do you think it's fair to give a smaller school, I think it's $10,000 per student, I think that's what it is.
Senator West, let
me finish the question. You think it's fair to give a smaller school district $10,000, but not an urban school district that may very well be losing students and have to maintain that infrastructure? Is that fair?
I started to answer the same question before, and you.
All right, well, I apologize.
You repeated it again. I was waiting to see if you said something new.
Nothing new.
What I'm saying is, I don't think it's fair that larger school districts like Houston ISD gets $1 billion in ESSER funds, yet smaller districts right around that district, right down the street, get nothing. So there's inequities and scale and all kinds of different things related to federal and state funding all the time. But what I do know is that mid to small size districts in other states, we haven't really seen ESAs being activated in the rural areas of Arizona and Florida and the other. We may never use a hold harmless provision, but it's there in case they need it, because some school districts just don't, they may not have a reading specialist. They may not have a literacy team. They may not have the highest certification of a math specialist. They just may not have what larger districts have.
So then it shouldn't be done on a case-by-case basis?
It's always
based on what you just said. Shouldn't it be done on a case-by-case basis as opposed to just wholesale? I mean, if the situation presented itself in an urban district, treat that urban district the same way as you're treating a rural district. You said may not have, and I concur with you. All right? And so from that standpoint, all districts should be treated the same. Let me ask another question. Here's the other question. You got the $10,000 that we give to those schools, plus $8,000 that we give to the student. If that student decides to go to a private school, correct? That's $18,000.
The money doesn't go directly to the
Well, I
family.
understand that.
Yes, it goes to the provider.
I'm sorry, I understand that. That $18,000 goes to the education of that child and the school district that it left. Do you think that's fair?
The $18,000, can I, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. The $18,000 does not go, as you said, to that child.
I've said the education of that child. I apologize.
The $18,000 is split where the $8,000 ESA follows the parent and the child on those educational needs they deserve to make decisions on. The $10,000 to, if you're qualifying as a district under the eligibility of the hold harmless, would go to the district to help them with whatever they need. And certainly you and I would agree that any additional funding for schools is a positive.
Well, yeah, especially if we could cover inflation. That's
Both senators, please take all the leeway you want. We have 37 amendments, so just
okay. Well,
we have a long way to go. So
okay.
But I don't want to cut you short. I'm just,
It's gonna be a long night anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long night because we've got a lot of love here, a lot of love fest going on here between the two.
No, I just want to make certain that as we deal with this issue, that and I'm trying to make certain there's salient points. That's $18,000 that we're using of state monies in order to allow a student to go to a private school and to make certain that we hold harmless the school that they're leaving from. And that's for basically smaller school districts, but not for larger urban school districts. And I don't think that is fair. But let me go on.
Senator West, you can put an amendment up to remove the hold harmless if you feel that's important. But again, we're doing the best we can to lift up public schools and lift up parents and do all that we can. And that can happen together. That can happen in harmony. There is not a divide between supporting public schools and public school teachers and allowing parents and their kids to have some opportunities in education choice.
Okay. Now, let me ask this. As it relates to the entity, the comptroller will oversee the program, and the comptroller can hire an organization to manage the program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, and they can take a fee for doing it too, correct?
That's right. There's a fee built in so they can handle and absorb the cost of the operations.
Follow me.
Yes.
Is the fee that's built in taken away from the $8,000 that is awarded for the scholarship? Let me put it this way. Is it $8,000 less the fee for the comptroller?
Yeah.
And also the organization?
I believe so. I believe all those monies are pulled for carrying out the program itself and accomplishing the goals of the education.
Let me make sure you understand the question I just asked. All right, it's $8,000 as a scholarship, right? That a student would get, correct?
$8,000 to the student, and I believe it's 3% off the top of what we appropriate to manage the program.
Is it 3% off the top of the $8,000 or extra money?
It's off the aggregate. It's off the entire appropriation for the education savings account budget that we provide, which is again is $500 million starting 24-25.
So that's 3% off of the 500 and something.
That's right.
Okay. And so that 3% is not taken off the $8,000 scholarship?
No.
Pro rata?
It's not. Were you concerned about whether or not there's juice that has to come out of the $8,000 on behalf of the student? Or?
I just want to make certain that I understand the bill.
That's like a buyer's question, Senator West. Are you thinking about supporting this bill?
Of course, I'm always thinking about it.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm thinking about it.
I'm not giving up.
Okay. I understand that there may very well be other questions. I do have several more, but I know there are other persons who want to ask questions, and we need to go through these amendments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator West.
I felt like I was watching Perry Mason for a while, and it was a very good exchange between the two of you. Thank you, gentlemen. We don't have those often on the floor. Secretary will call the roll on motion to suspend.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
18 ayes, 13 nays, rule suspend. Chair now lays out in second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 8. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 8, relating to public education.
Members, we have more amendments than we have people on the floor, so it won't take long to pass them out. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment clarifies in the very beginning of the bill on page 1 that parental rights are fundamental rights granted by our Creator and upheld by the U.S. Constitution and the laws of this state.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. If they all go that fast, members, there you go. I doubt that will happen. It's hard to debate God. There is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Creighton.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in order to ensure that the internal hearing examiner process is respected, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 8 provides that if a hearing examiner rules that a parent's grievance is frivolous, the court may require that the parent pay costs and reasonable attorney's fees for the cost of the examiner. While this remains my intention, the amendment clarifies that frivolous suits provision does not apply to claims brought under IDEA. This change was recommended by our friends in the disability community.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to check to see the number on this amendment. Let's see.
You must have more than one.
Yes, sir. This bill needs a little help. I'm just here to help.
You want to check the number? The last 4 digits are
Yes,
2496?
You got it.
Make sure you have the right one there.
Okay, we're good. All right. Mr. President, members, What this amendment does, it would amend section 1.03 to clarify that school districts may only revoke the transfer of a student if they go through the same procedures that are required to expel a student. And through this amendment, students would be provided the due process rights that they are entitled to. It would also prevent students from being able to easily transfer schools for frivolous reasons. My concern is that in some cases, if a student maybe isn't doing as well as the school had hoped academically, we don't want the schools to just sort of take students and if they don't think they're going to do well, that they're just going to let them go. And so we think that they can only revoke a transfer if they go through the same process that they would expel a student. I think it improves the bill. I want to thank you for your time, Mr. President and members, and I move adoption of amendment number 1. Or amendment number 3.
Creighton?
Mr. President, members, Senator Menendez and I have been working on this. As he mentioned, we have specific conduct requirements for a transferee from one public school to another, but also due process requirements if accused of breaking the code of conduct make perfect sense. It's very reasonable to include in the legislation. I'd accept the amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, on your amendment.
So this amendment, thank you, Mr. President, members. This amendment would ensure that our students who are members of the LGBTQI plus community are not forcibly outed to their parents through amending section 1.005. It would add the text, nothing in this section may be construed to violate or supersede educators' legal and ethical obligations to ensure that students are safe. If non-disclosure of information to a parent or guardian might make a student less safe, the educator should alert their supervisor and handle the situation in a way that keeps students safe while respecting parents' rights in accordance with this section. There's nothing safe about a child being outed to anyone, especially their parents, if it might immediately put that child at risk for any abuse or neglect or violence at home. So I would hope that this amendment will be acceptable to the author. This is an amendment to keep kids safe. While sometimes they spend more time in the school environment and they feel free to be themselves, they have not always come out to their parents. And if you've ever had the opportunity to talk to friends, they can tell you that one of the most frightening times in their life is when they had to come out to their parents and their loved ones. And so I hope that we can respect kids that don't want to come out by adopting this amendment.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, I certainly respect the spirit and intent behind what Senator Menendez offers to us today in this amendment, but other provisions of the bill speak to keeping kids safe and also for what is and isn't appropriate between teacher and student. So with that, I would oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll. When ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
For Amendment Number 5 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment provides further clarity that school districts are required to accept transfers from other public school districts. Senate Bill 8 currently makes changes to Section 25035 to implement the public school transfer provisions of the bill. But after conversations with TEA, we determined that these provisions fit better in Section 25036. And I worked with Senator Perry on this to make sure that transfers are for in-person students. I appreciate Senator Perry's input on this particular amendment.
Members, any opposition? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
For Amendment 6 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Mr. President, members, after exhausting all options within the school district, parents are authorized to request the appointment of a hearing examiner to adjudicate grievances related to violations of parental rights, critical race theory, health education instruction, instruction related to sexual orientation and gender identity, and the Open Meetings Act. In committee substitute for Senate Bill 8, parents must request a hearing examiner within 15 days of a school board's decision regarding their grievance. This amendment extends the deadline from 15 to 30 days to give parents more time to make that grievance request. It's a 2 weeks longer, members, for parents to make a grievance request for certain reasons. Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Okay. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
For Amendment Number 7 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment further clarifies that the hearing examiner's decision is final for grievances within their jurisdiction. This has always been the intent of the legislation, but we wanted to ensure that it stated it outright and very clear in the bill.
Any objections? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment. Let it get to the back row. Secretary will read the amendment.
For Amendment Number 8 by Hancock.
Senator Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think we all know that there's nothing more important than the involvement of a parent in the education of their child. This amendment, I believe, reaches the overarching intent of the body by making it easier for parents to be involved in the children's education. We do know that children are more successful when the parents are involved in their education lives. As a former school board member, I believe that these reforms help parents be better plugged in to the school district as well. This amendment will require school boards to develop a parental engagement policy that allows for parents to submit comments to the district through an internet portal. This should help the districts as well see what's actually occurring within their district and provide that information. Additionally, the policy must require the school board to hold board meetings outside of the typical work hours so that public comments at the beginning of each board meeting to accommodate parents' busy schedules. Finally, the amendment requires an additional opportunity for an in-person parental-teacher conference each school year. So this would simply be once in the spring, once in the fall, to encourage more parental involvement. Finally, the amendment, and that's all the amendment does at this point. So,
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Hancock, thanks for working with us and our office on this amendment. It's acceptable.
Any objections? The amendment is adopted. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 9 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me find this amendment here. All right, here we go. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment would simply clarify the section that prohibits the mention of heterosexuality and being straight because of the fact that it appears that in the bill itself, it bars any identities or speaking of anything having to do with the LGBTQ+I community. So under Section 1 on page 3 of the committee report, it creates Section 28.0043 restricting instruction regarding sexual orientation and gender identity. Instead, the bill would read, this section applies equally to all sexual orientations and gender identities, prohibiting any instruction, guidance, activities, or programming regarding heterosexuality. Members, if we're going to restrict teachers from teaching on any kind of gender identity, I think it should be applied equally. We shouldn't have any education on any identities, and therefore we shouldn't have any kind of education that's going to, speak about the sexuality of anybody, whether it be LGBTQ+ communities, heterosexual communities. And so I would like to eliminate the double standard that's been created in this bill. So that's what this amendment does, and I hope the author sees the wisdom in this. If we want to have parents' choice to talk about sexual norms and sexual things, they should discuss them at home. If we don't want to talk about LGBTQ issues at school, let's not talk about sex in general at school. And with that, I move adoption of amendment.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Of course.
Thank you so much, Senator Menendez. This is a very interesting amendment. The provision, actually, the Don't Say Gay provision in this bill is interesting in itself. It's much broader than the Florida Don't Say Gay bill, is it not?
Well, actually, I'm not familiar with the Florida Don't Say Gay provision of the bill. I just don't like the double standard.
The Florida Don't Say Gay provision only goes through 3rd grade, and this one goes all the way through high school, correct?
Yes, this does apply all the way through high school.
So with regard to your amendment, how would this affect high school clubs that are meeting on campus? Say there's a gay-straight alliance in high school, and they're meeting on campus. Under the bill, without it being amended, would this club be able to meet on campus?
I'm not sure if it would or wouldn't be able to meet. I don't care for the double standard. I think it's not necessary. I'm obviously it's similar to a few days ago. I don't know. My days, my weeks are all running together. It seems to be a double standard. If you don't want to have anybody talking about gay, if you want to don't say gay, then fine. Then leave it. Let's leave all talk about any kind of sexuality of any kind. If that's your goal. I just think it's for some reason that it's got a target and it's not right, and I think we should take it out, or let's just make it go, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
So, in looking at the bill, since it prevents instruction, guidance, activities, or programming regarding sexual orientation or gender identity.
Yes.
If there is a school dance and a same-sex couple attends the school dance, does that run against the bill as written and amended? Because it is an activity regarding sexual orientation or gender identity?
It does seem that it could create a situation where that could be a problem, yes. I think the bill, because of the way it's written, is overly broad and would create some problems. So I do see the issue with that.
So what if, let's say the coach of the basketball team wants to introduce their spouse at the game? Would this prohibit the coach of the basketball team from introducing that spouse, whether it was a same-sex spouse or a heterosexual spouse?
Well, the bill as written, it only speaks to those folks who are members of the LGBTQIA plus community. So whether it's your same-sex spouse at the game or at the dance, or whether it's your same-sex pictures on your desk, yes, you become all of a sudden potentially a target because of the way the bill is drafted. And so I'd like to just say, let's treat everybody the same. If this is an issue for you, then let's make it an issue equally across the board for everyone.
Well, this would be difficult. Say you're in a high school class and you're studying the court system. Could a high school class looking at the court system discuss the Oberfeld versus Hodges case?
I think the way the bill is drafted, they could not discuss the Supreme Court decision that legalized same-sex marriages. And so, that's a legal, historic decision. The Supreme Court of the United States made that decision, and the bill, as drafted, would not allow you to have a conversation about that because it bars a restriction on instruction regarding sexual orientation, and the very subject matter of the decision of the Supreme Court was the same-sex gender of people, the right to marry for same-sex people.
But would your amendment also make it difficult to teach the court history of married women getting the ability to have their own separate bank accounts, which was not legal until the 1960s, the late 1960s?
Or the history where women had to ask their spouses for permission to get a divorce. Yes, it would make that history difficult as well.
Would it make it, the bill as written, make it difficult or perhaps prohibit high school students from even viewing our debate in this chamber on bills like Senate Bill 12?
Well, yeah, we discussed sexual orientation, gender identity. I'm reading from the bill now. We discussed these issues, and so it says here that you have to limit a student's ability to engage in speech or expressive conduct. So it would be difficult. This could be interpreted very easily as to say, no, you can't talk about it under any case.
And my final concern with the bill, of course, there's an obligation in the TEKS to teach sex education and the avoidance of sexually transmitted diseases. Without discussing gender or sexual orientation, how do you discuss HPV-induced cervical cancer, since that only occurs in women?
That's a great question. There are a lot of things that will be, I think, suffrage. How do you discuss suffrage? How do you discuss so many of the things? How do you discuss dating violence?
How do you discuss even condoms? Women don't put on condoms.
Well, there's a lot of things that would be prohibited, and maybe our conversation is already making people uncomfortable, but the point is that this section of the bill is flawed. And so I think that this amendment is just highlighting the flaws in the bill. And so I'm trying to draw equality, bring equality by putting a target on things that we normally don't think about.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Creighton, on the amendment when you get to your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, sexual orientation is covered in the legislation. We've had robust conversation already about some topics, but on this in particular, the provision that Senator Menendez brings forward, I would oppose adding to the bill.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 10 by Campbell.
Doctor, I've just noticed what incredible handwriting you have on your amendment here, unlike a doctor. What a beautiful signature there. It's your amendment, so I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. There's an expiration date on an opt-in parental consent for their children's sexuality instruction. This is a bill that we had passed out of the body 31-0 last session. The amendment before you today repeals the expiration date. The amendment just defines the section in the Education Code where the expiration date will be repealed. This is acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, Senator Campbell's amendment's a great addition to the bill. It's acceptable to the author.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 11 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Last session, we unanimously passed Senate Bill 1697 to give parents the authority to make determinations about the need for their child to either repeat a high school course or courses or even an entire grade instead of the school district having exclusive decision-making authority on that matter. However, that bill had a sunset provision for students in 4th grade and above that went into effect on September 1st of 2022 as it was enacted as a package of COVID learning loss measures. This amendment will restore that provision and establish that a parent may elect to have their child repeat a grade in grades 1 through 8 or repeat a high school course or courses or both of those. Senate Bill 8 is the Parents' Bill of Rights, and it's built upon the principle that parents know their children better than anyone. Parents should have the right to elect for their child to repeat a grade or a high school course if they think it's in their child's best interest. I offer this amendment pursuant to Senate Rule 719. Thank you, Senator Creighton, for all your great work on this important piece of legislation.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, Senator Paxton and I have been working together on this. It's good policy. We've also got some legislation in committee on the same that's been vetted, and it's acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Following amendment, Secretary will read the caption.
Floor amendment number 12 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Senator Hancock's distracting me, Mr. President. All right. So, Mr. President, members, we've had a long discussion, and I have refrained from asking questions earlier. I've been listening, and I believe this discussion of parental rights is a necessary one, and I can empathize as a parent, as a new grandparent, with the concerns of parents, and especially post-COVID, post-Uvalde, post this mid-teacher shortage that we're having. I think, though, it's critically important that we don't make any rash decisions. I think we have a lot of issues in front of us, and I want to make sure that we are very certain about things as we move forward, especially as that we can't conflate issues as we're looking into one big issue. And so the concern of parental rights, it is not entirely a concern of school funding, although systems of the issues may bleed together. The fact of the matter is that although the discussion of parental rights has surfaced very, very intensely during this session, Article 2 of this bill has been a long-standing policy discussion in the state that has taken for decades. It used to be called vouchers. I think now we're calling it ESAs. And every single year that issues come through this legislature, it has had the same exact end. A few minutes ago, the Texas House adopted an anti-voucher amendment in its budget. And, we also have heard in the past that if it's a bad school and we take 100 kids out of the school with vouchers, the school still remains a bad school. So whether we call them vouchers or education savings accounts, it does not matter. It still is not fixing schools. It won't reform our schools. It dilutes an already chronically underfunded system. And members, parents already have a right to choose between private and public schools. We have private schools, which for many people are cost prohibitive, but Article 2 is really just a coupon to discount private school education. And so I hope that this bill is not intending to fall into the same patterns that haven't worked for us in the past and that aren't working in other states from the data that I have seen. So the programs aren't accessible to all children. In some cases, they're not accessible to kids with disabilities or families with fewer resources. And my concern is that they encourage a trend of pop-up private schools that can't be held accountable, even though they're going to be paid by private tax dollars. At the end of the day, members, you're right when we have the conversation about this being the taxpayers' money. But the money is entrusted to us to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so the best investment we can make, the best place we could put money is to strengthen the public school system, to create a universal pre-K system, community-based, so that every kid, regardless of where they're born, would have an equal opportunity. The private school system does not have the size to handle everybody, and they would not be forced to take every student. And so it would really not help people in some cases where they can't, because they don't provide transportation, they don't provide free meals, they don't provide a lot of the things that our children need. So if we're making a system more accessible, if we want kids to get the best education, let's help their schools be the best educated schools. Let's help them and help their parents by making sure that the tax dollars they pay for a first-class education in their community. This amendment is simply to strike Article 2 of the bill, no vouchers or ESAs. Let's keep the public money in public schools. Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would oppose the amendment.
Old-fashioned.
Secretary will call the roll when ready. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 13 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment. You need a microphone there.
Mr. President, members, thank you. This amendment addresses the section relating to eligibility for the ESA. It makes non-substantive clarifying changes such as changing the word participate to initially enroll and changes current to preceding school year to better capture the requirement that a student having attended a public school to be eligible for the ESA. The change to initially enroll is specifically for those that would be coming in at the pre-K and kindergarten age group. The only substantive change in the amendment, members, is clarifying that a student must have attended a Texas public school to ensure the program serves current Texans first, rather than moving from out of state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 14 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, your amendment.
Mr. President, members, we've talked quite a bit about eligibility through the process for this Parental Bill of Rights and this Education Savings Account. Senator Springer, Senator Bettencourt, Senator Middleton, we've had extensive conversations about how to put together a framework of success, something that the members would appreciate as original infrastructure for expanded school choice in Texas, and then how to make decisions on the universal aspects of who would be eligible. This amendment, in working very closely with Senator Springer, Senator Middleton, Senator Bettencourt, we've had feedback from Senator Paxton. This amendment ties into the fact that Senate Bill 8 in its current form only allows students that attend public school for a full year to be eligible for an education savings account. The amendment invites a limited subset of low-income students currently enrolled in a private school to be eligible for the education savings account. Students that previously attended private school may not exceed 10% of the total program participants. So if the $500 million budgeted on the $8,000 ESA would serve up to 62,500 students at a maximum, that means 10% cap on that 62,500 or 6,250 students would be eligible based on their income and enrollment in a current private school to be able to use the ESA. Members, this expands the universal nature of Senate Bill 8.
Senator Springer.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
what purpose?
President. To ask the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Creighton. And I've got to start with, I appreciate you working through this process so much with us. As I sort of shared the stories of some of these people that I've known who have struggled so much because they saw the challenges they were facing and they wanted something different for their child. And they would drive 20-year-old trucks. They would make sure that they didn't take vacations other than maybe to our state parks. And they would sacrifice everything to be able to scrape enough money together to be able to send, their child to a private school. And so knowing that we're capping it at 200%, knowing that we're helping those that have made that sacrifice, I think, speaks volumes for this body that we are not forgetting anybody and not leaving anybody behind. And so thank you to yourself, your team, the president, in working with us as we worked through it the other night and described this. We've come up with a great amendment, and I want to thank you so much for bringing this.
Thank you, Senator Springer. You've been the tip of the spear on this effort, along with Senator Middleton, Paxton Bettencourt, many members on this floor, Senator Sparks, Senator Parker. I don't want to leave any members out, but the members that have been working in our public education hearings have been resolute in making sure that those that would benefit from this the most would be served.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Question, Senator Creighton.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Creighton, just to clarify, make sure we understand, the amendment is your original bill stated that no one that was currently in private schools could use the education savings accounts in order to not be able to have people say that we were just subsidizing people who are currently in private schools. But through this, what you've said, and I'm just trying to make sure, 10% of all the spots. So if the maximum is 62, it's about 6,000.
That's right.
If 6,000 people, if we hit the maximum, if their household has got a total annual income at 200% of the federal poverty level, then they can apply. They qualify.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So we've said, and I say, I mean, I can see the policy debate there. The policy, you're saying that if folks are struggling financial, but they want to send to their kids to private school, that 6,000 of them can qualify and they'll get to use it, and that's what you're saying.
Without a doubt, and Senator Menendez, you mentioned the original spirit and intent of the policy, and that original spirit and intent of the policy is intact with this amendment as well. It's capped for the number of private school students that could, apply for the ESA, but the large majority, 90%, of the use of the ESA would be for kids in public schools that need another avenue, need another type of service. They need assistance in a certain way. They just, because of the decisions of their parents and their family, knowing what they need most, kids in public schools would be 90% of the use of the ESA. But this amendment expands that in a universal way to include others that maybe made that change last year and they're struggling so much economically, they're barely hanging on, but they made the change and they're doing everything they can that Senator Springer mentioned in sacrifice to make that change make sense, and it's day by day. And to bring in a few of those families to know that they can at least apply makes sense to me in just knowing that we're giving them a fighting chance.
You know, it's hard to argue against helping people who are struggling financially. I definitely agree with that. But it does diminish the fact that when you originally started with this idea that you said this wasn't to subsidize people who already were in these private school programs. But I appreciate you taking my questions, and I appreciate the spirit with which you bring it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Just a few questions for the author of the amendment.
I yield.
Senator Creighton, I understand that many states have, done these types of ESAs or ECAs across the country. I get it. I understand. You and I are both attorneys. I question whether any of this stuff is even constitutional. I question whether it complies with Brown versus Board of Education. But this amendment, you kind of clarified it for us. This whole program only applies to 62,500. Is that the number?
That's just simple math, Senator Gutierrez, on the best I can do on if you truly excluded hold harmless use in rural areas like other states show, and you just said, how many times does 8,000 go into 500 million?
And how many children do we have in our public school system? You would know better than me.
It's in between 5.5 million and 6 million. It's short of 6 million.
Well, I'll be voting against this amendment like I'll be voting against this bill. I out of an abundance of, just wanted to save time earlier, so I didn't get to ask you any questions before, and I chose not to do that because I don't think that it's prescient at this time. But you said something earlier. You said this is all about educational freedom. It sounds like educational segregation to me, Senator.
Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
I just want to make certain I understand this. And I was trying to go through the bill. Notwithstanding subsection A, subject to section 29.356, blah, 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 a child is eligible to participate in the program if, and eligible to participate in the program being the education scholarship program. Is that what that is?
That's right.
Okay. If the child meets the qualifications on A1, attend a private school on a full-time basis, and is a member of the household, total annual income that is at or below 200% of the federal poverty level.
Can you hold your mic up so we can hear you? Thank you.
Oh, okay, I apologize. And then I go down to line 17. Applies only to children. This applies only to children who are eligible to participate in the program under 29355A1. And the children that are eligible under that section, could you identify who those children would be that would be eligible under that section?
I believe, Senator West, that's a notice provision making sure that for the students listed above on eligibility, that there would have to be notice given on the number of children to whom the subsection would apply based on funding that would be available, and it would apply to the organization that may accept for participation into the program for that year.
Okay, because I want to make certain, a couple of things. It says that not more than 10% of the available positions in the program may be provided to children to whom this subsection applies. And we're talking about, in terms of the subsection, we're talking about B1, correct?
We're talking about 29355A1, and that has a 1, 2, and 3 category.
Okay, and A1 says notwithstanding A. Here's the point. I'm trying to make certain that this language doesn't have unintended consequences. And I just want to make certain that this doesn't say that 90% of the other spots in this program could be available to students who attended a private school or on a full-time basis for the preceding year. That's not the intent of this, is it?
The intent is that 10% of these spots are dedicated for exactly the eligibility listed right here on a student that's currently in a private school. And there would be notice given within the program to let others know that we're applying if based on that availability. So it's not excluding, it's a 90-10 split on the original intent of the bill and the way we understand it, and adding this provision that carves out 10% for current private school students with that eligibility.
And the other?
Yeah, it's a max of 10%. This is just an assumption that all of these applications will come rolling in, right?
Sure, I understand. And so the other 90% would be for students who
are making that public to private school change, and they're in 2/3 of the money available would be for students applying for the ESA in a C, D, or F rated school, and 1/3
that would have to come from a public school the preceding year.
That's right.
Okay, because I wanted to make sure this language, and you're certain about that's the interpretation of this language.
That's my intent for the language, and that's my interpretation.
Is there another population of students that we need to, I'm not supportive of the bill. I'm not voting for the bill. But if it's the intent of this particular amendment to get at a population that would otherwise benefit from this particular amendment, should it be 200% or below, or should it be 400% and below?
Be 200%.
Would you consider 400%?
Senator West, we put a lot of time into making the decision, and it's consistent with the other members' requests that I've been working with for quite some time.
Fair enough. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your request. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Middleton, what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Creighton, and thank you for bringing this, by the way. I mean, really, we've heard a lot from families that would qualify under this. I know I have. I know you have. I know Senator Springer has. And 200% of the federal poverty level is very, very low. And that's all this would qualify, right?
That's right.
And on average, that's less than $40,000 a year, right, for family income. Depends on the number of kids.
It depends on the number of kids. It's a little bit higher for a family of 4, right?
Right. So these are families that have made incredible sacrifices to send their children to private schools. They've taken on credit card debt, home equity loans, you name it. I mean, these sacrifices they've made really show what this bill is about and what are the limits for a parent and what they would sacrifice for their child. And there aren't any. But what we're doing is we're here for them with this amendment. What we're saying is we recognize that sacrifice and we want to help you, especially the lowest income families in our state. And, you know, we also have to point out that a lot more families have made this sacrifice in COVID. And we've seen those numbers grow. Families, for whatever reason, there's lots of reasons why you would send your child to a private school. That's up to the moms and the dads to decide that. But at the end of the day, they have made that decision, and they've just barely missed the eligibility for the program, but for this amendment. So you're helping them with this amendment, and there are going to be a lot of happy moms and dads in the great state of Texas with this amendment. So thank you for bringing it.
Yeah, Senator Middleton, as I mentioned for other members as well, thank you for leading on this. Thank you for bringing Senate Bill 176 forward. The conversations in committee, long hours of just working on the best policy we can put together within scarcity of dollars and serving as many as we possibly can. I think you mentioned in committee, this legislation will have the greatest eligibility number of students that are capable of applying for the ESA as any state has started with in America. So the ability to be able to expand even further that universal category, I just appreciate what you've brought to the table to make that happen.
Thank you for bringing this amendment and this bill, and we're standing up for Texas parents because in this state, parents matter. That's what this bill is about.
Well said.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions to the author?
Questions? Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Creighton, real quick question. There's been a lot of conversation on the 90% to 10%. What state agency is going to be accountable and held responsible for maintaining the 90-10 split? What state agency is going to be held responsible to maintain the 90-10 split?
Yes, the operational aspects of the entire program is through the comptroller for the state of Texas. So the ESA itself and any that use the ESA under eligibility like this would have to work with an appropriate organization. It would be working with the comptroller's office as they choose those particular vendors to manage that program. It would be just the same as we discussed earlier in the day.
So it's going to the program is going to be managed through vendors.
Yes.
Who's going to give reports to the comptroller? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the comptroller going to issue out a report to the public or to this body, or make available so that we can make sure that those numbers don't go over that 10%?
Yes, as we discussed earlier, we have oversight over state agencies. We have oversight over this program. we have it in the base bill that data has to be shared on performance and certainly the metrics of the success of the program and participation. So all the above, yes.
So we are expected to receive a public report from the controller as to the percentage of students who are already in private schools who take advantage of the program, in contrast to the students who are not. And we'll get that on an annual basis.
Correct. This very amendment,
and it speaks to that in the bill.
It speaks to it in the bill, and this very amendment that's before us right now on the table, the comptroller shall notify each certified educational assistance organization regarding the number of children to whom this subsection applies that the organization may accept for participation in the program for that year. As the comptroller has that data, it will also be available to us.
Thanks, Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Senator Creighton, any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, we have about 15 more amendments to go. Following amendments, Secretary will read the amendment.
Good job.
Floor Amendment 15 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Mr. President, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 8 requires monthly deadlines for the ESA program. This amendment changes this to quarterly deadlines to lessen the burden on the comptroller's office and better align with the school year. Additionally, this amendment requires the comptroller to approve a single application for the program, so should the comptroller approve multiple education assistance organizations, there will still be only one application, a uniform application for the ESA program instead of many different types of applications. Lastly, this amendment makes clarifying changes to better direct the comptroller on how to handle situations when the number of applications exceeds the available positions for a given application period. We work closely with the comptroller's office on these clarifying and technical adjustments, members. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask a question of the author.
I yield.
Senator Creighton, great amendment again, because you're trying to separate out how the operations work to make sure that this is not part of a TEA. It's not part of the, a formula. You're doing really good work with these amendments to make it very clear that you've got something novel and new, right?
That's correct.
And I just want to thank you because this is really one of the best in class, I think maybe the best in class ESA bill in the country at this point in time.
Senator Betancourt, we've looked at best practices all over the nation. Texas should not only not follow on this, we should lead. We should have a bill that is a model bill for the country. And I think as we lift up public schools, as we use this particular funding separate from public school funding,
correct,
we're also not running this program through the TEA. We're making sure the comptroller is in charge of operations. I think just all in all, I appreciate your encouragement and what you've said about the legislation. I'm very proud of it, and thank you for your input along the way.
Well, and someone's carried these bills in the past. It's great to see, again, the next generation leading with an upgrade. This bill is fundamentally, because of the separation, a step ahead of now even Florida and others, so you should be commended for it. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, you've been a leader in this space for many, many sessions, and we can't thank you enough for the advice. We've leaned on you so much to put this bill together and in committee. Thank you.
Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 16 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez, your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a very simple and self-explanatory amendment. No child shall be eligible to participate in this program while their parent or legal guardian is a state representative or state senator. We all serve the public as volunteers. We should not benefit ourselves and make this program available to our children while we are serving in the legislature. It's a very simple and clear amendment. I hope that you can all agree with me that in no way, certain terms, should we be accused of self-dealing. And so it is my hope that this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, Senator Gutierrez was kind enough to come over and visit with me about this amendment. We had quite a discussion about it. I appreciate the extra time and the personal touch on coming over to discuss it. I'm very comfortable with the committee process and all of the stakeholder input on the eligibility framework for the legislation. Senator Gutierrez, if you'd like to bring a bill before the Education Committee, I will certainly hear it on even expanding this class. But I'd like to have a hearing on it, and I'd like to get more feedback on exactly who we would exclude in the elected class, among others.
Well, quite honestly, I think he's evoked me, so I'm allowed to respond.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quite honestly, that is what this process is about. We are allowed to bring amendments that are germane to your bill. I don't think that this is a particularly complex amendment. We shouldn't be allowed to self-deal here, nor should we be accused of self-dealing in any way. If you want to expand it and have an amendment to the amendment to have it apply to judges, the governor, the lieutenant governor, to grandchildren, glad to accept your friendly amendment. But this is a simple amendment. Under no certain terms, we serve this state. We serve this state as volunteers. Each and every one of us sacrificed to be here. And we do it because we love this state. We love Texas. And under no certain terms should we have a piece of legislation that benefits us and gives us $8,000 in our pocket per kid. It's not right. It's not just. Everybody in this building should understand what they're voting for before this vote goes down. I urge you to accept the amendment. I beg you to do the right thing here, Senator. I appreciate your time.
Senator Gutierrez, I think those are exceptional comments. I'll leave it to the will of the body.
All right. Let's be left to the will of the body. Secretary will call the roll. Slowly. Good amendment there, Senator.
Let's see. Alvarado. Betancourt. Birdwell. I can't see. No, it's not.
Hold on 1 second, okay? We're in the calling of the vote. You left it to the will of the body to vote for the amendment or against the amendment. That's what we're voting on. It's not, has nothing to do with tabling. It's to the will of the body. He left it to the will of the body. 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you all hold it, never mind. Yeah, I see a lot of ones. Anyway, we're at Blanco. Like the old days. I said it would be a retro day. I didn't know it was going to be today.
Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
If I had a vote, it would be 32-0. Good amendment. 31-0. Good amendment, Senator. Thank you. And you said you'd never pass an amendment. It's taken us 11 hours today, Senator, but you got it. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 17 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're up. Champagne
Thank you,
for
Mr.
everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, on the next amendment, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 8 uses the term program participant throughout the bill, sometimes to refer to the child in the program and sometimes to refer to their parent. This amendment provides additional clarity to identify the specific person, parent, or child being referenced.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 18 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's look here. You know, this bill is a work in progress. Mr. President, members, so one of the concerns that I have about all of this money with this school choice program here, the ESAs, is the potential for private schools to pop up in order to benefit financially from this program. And so I think the price tag per student we've set is $8,000. And if everyone that's eligible in Senate District 26 alone would lose potentially up to $16 million. So the entirety of public schools in our state could potentially lose $346 million. So my concern is that we need to apply some guardrails. We've seen in Ohio, for example, their spending on one voucher program increased from $175 million to $444 million in the last 7 years. This amendment would simply ensure that we don't give money, we give the money only to well-established private schools in our community. The language of the amendment would tell you that the school would have to have been in operation for the last 5 years, and that it would be accredited. And it says here specifically, a school that demonstrates accreditation by an organization recognized by the Texas Private School Accreditation Commission or the agency, an annual administration of nationally norm reference assessment instruments. We say over and over here in this body that we need to have the STAR test so that we can have accountability for what the students are learning. And so we say a norm reference assessment instrument or appropriate assessment instrument required by subchapter B, and that the school has been in operation for 5 years. This is taxpayer money. And I think this is a small safeguard for us to make sure that it's only going to schools where students really will have an opportunity to get an education if this bill does go into fruition. I hope that this pro-taxpayer, pro-guardrail amendment is acceptable to the author. And with that, I move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, very comfortable with the process on what we put together for policy for accreditation, approval, and new schools also that would be applying for the same. Oppose the amendment.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment 19 by Miles.
Senator Miles, your signature is not as good as Senator Campbell. Senator, I had to look at whose autograph that was. It looks like one of those great autographs.
I understand, Mr. President. It's been a long night. Thank you. School and parents' choice have been a point of debate on this body for several sessions now, and now it's time to focus on making decisions that will best benefit our children while holding those who educate them to high standards. The purpose of my proposed amendment is to ensure that if private schools are going to receive state dollars, that they're held to the same standards as public schools receive our state dollars. This amendment requires all schools receiving state funds under the newly created Educational Savings Account to administer the STAR test to the assets to assess their children and their students that are receiving those funds academic process, along with the progression and the progress that they're making. Additionally, the amendment requires all schools to take state dollars to participate in the same A through F accountability system that all of our public schools have to go through. If the measures used for schools' accountability to assess students' progress are good enough for public schools that receive our state dollars, then doggone it, they should be good enough for the private schools that will get our state dollars under this bill. If you accept my changes, we can ensure that the students' progress is fairly assessed and all schools are accountable to the use of our state funds.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the way the legislation currently is drafted, which I'm very comfortable with, private schools would provide through assessments the use of norm-referenced testing, the way that they operate now. In recent years, we've reduced our reliance on the STAR test from 15 down to 5. In my opinion, we need to continue to reduce our reliance on the STAR test, not expand it. And with that, I would oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, it's just a up or down. We don't normally do it if you want to make a comment, but we don't normally do it. It's once he has the floor, it's up or down. But go ahead.
I understand that we reduced the valuation of the STAR test, but again, Senator Creighton, we've just closed an entire school district in Houston because of the STAR test and the evaluation that was given.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment is not accepted. I want to give everyone as much leeway as we can here, members. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 20 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm down to my last two amendments. And look, I'm just trying to bring some common sense amendments. Obviously, I don't agree with this bill, but what this amendment will try to do is amend Article 2 that requires that any private institution receiving state funding for an education meet the same required safety training prescribed by the legislature for public schools. Any school, no matter how little or how much state dollars they receive, should follow the same standards when it comes to the safety of our children. That's all. It's the training that we require of public schools. If you're going to take tax dollars, you should also have that same safety training for your children. It's tragic, but we just recently saw that tragedy and violence strikes all schools, no matter if they're public, private, small, large, wherever they are. And I think that the kids need to have the same training that we are working so hard in Senate Bill 11 that we did a session ago, and Senate Bill 11 that Senator Nichols is presenting. With all that safety training, why shouldn't those kids that y'all talked about so lovingly, the kids whose parents are working so hard, the kids whose parents that you want to make sure they get, should they not have the same safety training? I think this is something y'all need to think long and hard, especially if something happens. So I move adoption of making all schools in Texas safer by adopting the safety training across the board, whether it's public or private. Move adoption.
I'm sorry, Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Very briefly to ask a question to the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I do. Yes, I yield.
And this will save us some time also. Senator Menendez, I think you're thinking along the same vein as mine. We'll have an amendment in the future. Essentially, what you're asking, Senator Creighton, is to comply with Section 37 of the Education Code, which has those safety precautions. If you want to be one of these schools to participate in this program, you should be able to care for the kids. You should be able to do CPR on the kids, correct?
Yes.
You should be able to, make sure that you have an adequate medical equipment in case of an emergency, correct?
Correct.
you should comply with the recommendations of the School Safety Center concerning school safety, correct?
That is correct. We had a bill yesterday all about safety in public ed committee.
Right, because we're actually spending some money on school hardening, about $600 million in the Senate, a little bit more in the House. We'll come up with that number soon.
Correct.
But none of these schools will be able to avail themselves of that funding.
No.
And so they should make themselves so that we don't have another Covenant Presbyterian situation or another Uvalde situation, obviously. But in the private school setting, like what happened at Covenant in Tennessee, you're simply saying that these schools, because yes, it is, I understand what Senator Creighton is saying about parent choice and so on, but we are empowered with the notion that we are here to protect kids. We're the ultimate, it is our duty to ensure that our kids are safe in our schools, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's what we did many sessions ago after Santa Fe when we created the School Safety Center, correct?
Yes, correct.
Under no certain terms, members, do I think that any school should not have the protections that all other schools have under the Texas School Safety Center concerns, as well as Chapter 37 of the Education Code. You have a very good amendment, and I will be taking my amendment down, Mr. President, because it is redundant.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I understand the intent behind the amendment, but the bill has been very carefully crafted through the committee process, and whether it's imposing the STAR tests on private schools, whether it's imposing public school safety standards on private schools, that's not the intent of this legislation. This legislation, the intent of it is to empower our families, our Texas moms and dads, to make decisions on behalf of their students, their kids, and their kids' educational future. And that in and of itself ties directly to parents making sure the private school they choose has what they need and expect. With that, I would oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. And Senator Gutierrez, of course, we have our school security bill coming up in a week or so. So I said we still have our school security bill coming up in a week. So, thank you, sir. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 21 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 8 states that in order to pay a pre-approved provider using ESA funds, the parent must request that the education organization distribute the funds to the pre-approved provider. This amendment directs the comptroller to approve the payment request form to be used by the Education Assistance Organization. The amendment clarifies that any interest earned from the money held by the Education Assistance Organization remain with the program. That way it can fund additional efforts going forward based on that earned interest. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 8 states that the EAO, the Education Assistance Organization's expenses for administering the program should be drawn down from quarterly disbursements to program participants' education savings accounts. The amendment clarifies that the Education Assistance Organization's expenses for administering the program should also be drawn down from program funds, not disbursements to student accounts. Last, the amendment makes a handful of conforming changes to further clarify that education assistance organizations are responsible for accepting and processing payments for approved education-related expenses. Members, again, working with the Comptroller's Office that will be responsible for the operational infrastructure and management of this program through other providers as well. These are clarifying amendments based on working with their office.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Following amendment. We're down to the last stack of 7 members, or maybe 8. Secretary will read the caption.
Floor Amendment number 22 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, as I've mentioned before, I have many concerns about this bill, but this amendment simply addresses Article 2. I worry about diverting public funds dedicated to public schools to private schools. And this bill already acknowledges the harm because it has a hold harmless for school districts that have fewer than 20,000 students. That hold harmless, during the committee, I asked for a map of the districts that it would apply to, and it applied nearly everywhere in the state of Texas that was not Fort Worth, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, or El Paso. This seriously disenfranchises many of my constituents and my colleagues' districts because we can't stop the progress of this bill alone. So this amendment simply says, let's pay every school $10,000 for every student who utilizes their right to transfer to a private school. So if it's good for the small school districts, if they lose a student, it should be right for all school districts. I'm trying to hold the public schools harmless from the loss of the transfer to ensure that no student, public or private, is subject to a negative fiscal consequence from this bill. So, Mr. President, I move adoption of this amendment as I think it treats all school districts fairly.
Senator Creighton.
Mr. President, members, we've discussed the reasons for the provision that is mentioned in the amendment, and I would oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. Members, there's the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 23 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Bill 8 includes a hold harmless for $10,000 for school districts with 20,000 students or less in enrollment. If a student in their district utilizes the ESA program, as we've talked about, in many of the other states, rural parts of the state, rural school districts, they just really haven't seen much use of ESAs at all. Arizona, Florida, many of these states in the rural areas, the ESAs just have not been used or invoked. But if that is not the case in Texas, we provided a little bit of runway for smaller to mid-sized districts that may have less capabilities compared to the larger urban districts to have a little bit of an offset. I had 2 years of hold harmless in the original bill. In visiting with Senator Perry and a couple of other members on concerns for that, we have extended it to 3 years without much financial impact. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's an amendment to the amendment. Pass that out, if you would, ladies and gentlemen. Secretary will read the amendment to the amendment.
Floor Amendment 24, amending Floor Amendment 23 by Perry.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And yes, Senator Creighton, we had talked about the 3, and then talking to Chairwoman Huffman and some of the concerns that were raised in her rural district, there was an agreement to go to 5, and she had the additional money to do the 5. And that's where I was at. So, and some of the other Republicans talked to them, and they said they were good with that change. So that's, but Chairwoman Huffman said she picked up the 2 and her 5. If she'd like to talk about it, or let me.
Senator Huffman, do you have a question?
Yes, I could question if I may question the author of the amendment to the amendment.
Yes.
Senator Perry, there are several names on, co-authors on this amendment, and we have all discussed it. Am I correct that we felt that this would better serve the needs of the smaller school districts, and that would give them some more certainty moving forward to have the certainty that for the next 5 years that they would be held harmless? It would also give us time to see how the program was working, the success of the program, and to more of a clear understanding of how many children and parents would actually utilize this new right.
That's correct. And I think time's on our side, right? The more we see it in action, the more we'll know whether it has an impact or not. I think the general sentiment is we don't see a huge impact of the bill overall. We don't see that rules are affected. 2 years is definitely too short. It takes that long to get this program up and running. So 3 years will give you a full cycle. So 3 plus the 2 will give you a 5 full year. And we'll be back in session after you've had a full 2 year run of seeing where that's at the district. So that's kind of where.
And would you agree to Senator Creighton's point that the other states have shown that it's not utilized that much through the rural schools in any event? So this will give us, again, a good opportunity to get our hands around the use and what's really necessary. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair. I think what we're looking for is it will take, probably the rules will be the last impacted. You'll see some intercity competition quicker because there's more schools, more access to more market. It'll take a little longer for it to filter out. So within the 5 year, the 2 plus the 3 on the implementation bill, by then you'll know if there's going to be an influx into the rural school systems that we need to address when we come back in a session. So,
well, thank you, Senator Perry. I'm supportive and happy to joint author with other senators your amendments. Thank you.
Senator Menendez, do you want to be recognized on the amendment to the amendment or the amendment?
You know, I was listening to the exchange, and now that I'm glad that Senator Huffman's a member of the amendment to the amendment. May I ask Senator Huffman, as an author of the amendment to the amendment, a question, please?
If Senator Perry will yield to her.
I'll yield to her.
Thank you very much, Senator Perry. This has been an interesting day on the Senate floor. Senator Huffman, I was a little bit surprised because just an amendment or two ahead, I had said, you know, that the $10,000 should apply equally to everyone. And I was looking at the 20,000 school districts under 20,000. Would it surprise you to know there's about 1,252 of them across the state?
Would not surprise me.
So the thing that concerns me is if with this amendment to the amendment, we're going from the original in the bill 2 years to now 5 years.
Yes.
So we've multiplied by 2.5. I think that if we had the money for the 5 years, maybe we could have held everybody harmless for at least half the time at $10,000.
Well, Senator Menendez, I will say that, you know, the estimations of the cost are based on, you know, projections or assumptions, we'll put it that way, all right? We really don't know exactly how many students will utilize the programs, how many hold harmless the state will pay for. We really don't know. I think Senator Creighton has said that the evidence has shown in other states that the rural areas don't use it that much. There aren't many private schools available. They're very happy with their smaller schools. As we know, they have different costs associated with operating schools for very limited students. I happen to know this, is actually in Senator Colcourse's district, but the Fayetteville High School, I'm sure she's very familiar with that high school, just happens that a couple of the kids that went to that school actually worked on some property that we have, you know, during after school hours. And they have like 9 or 10 kids in their graduating class. So they lose a couple of kids. That's a huge impact on a small school like that. They still have to have their teachers, their labs.
Sure.
You know, they still have all the costs, where a larger school, I feel, can absorb some of that loss in an easier way. So again, this is geared towards those smaller schools that will really feel the loss. We don't know how much it'll be utilized. We know that the cost for this is in the out years. There's no cost until 25. And so it's something we feel like we can absorb because it's something that's not going to be an extraordinary cost.
And something that I find, I'm not sure, and this is a budget question, are we able to pass law in the current budget that obligates us into future years? I'm not sure that because this obligates us for a 5-year commitment.
Well, I think we always plan and make policies that obligate us towards the future. A future legislature could change this, clearly. Well, you could pass a new law next session that changed everything we've done. We do that sometimes.
So if something happened very strange, there was a lot of turnover in both the House and Senate, and all of a sudden people came in and said, don't like the program, this 5-year could go away and there could be no hold harmless.
Think that people can change, a future legislature can change the laws any way they want to. Unless something's set constitutionally, they could still change it constitutionally.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, members, it's acceptable to the author. Next time, I'd recommend bringing it to me to sign as the author.
Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Now to the author of the amendment, Senator Creighton. Yeah, the question now is on your amendment, okay? As amended. So you need to, Secretary will read your amendment if you would like again. They just voted the amendment to the amendment. Now we have to pass your amendment. So would you like to make that motion?
Make a motion to pass the amendment to adopt the amendment, which was...
No, you just did that. You want to make a motion to adopt your amendment as amended.
Make a motion to adopt the amendment as amended.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. I know it's a long day for all of us. Secretary will call the roll. Any objection? No objection. The amendment as amended is adopted. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 25 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 8 prescribes random audits of students' accounts and eligibility. This amendment removes the requirement that audits be random and instead prescribes the audits of accounts and eligibility take place at least annually. The amendment also ensures that the Education Assistance Organization itself will be audited, ensuring proper review of internal controls over the program transactions and compliance by program participants. Additionally, the amendment clarifies that when fraud is discovered, the money may be recovered and remitted to the comptroller to return to the program fund. This is a critical amendment that ensures, even beyond the extensive fraud provisions in the current bill, that the education assistance organizations and program participants are held accountable for any misuse of public funds.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 26 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 8 provides robust protections for religious liberty in Section 29368 of the bill. However, subsection C of another part of the bill created an unreasonably high burden on the comptroller for justifying the rules adopted for the ESA program. Our office worked closely with the comptroller and the Catholic Conference of Bishops to work out an agreed-to language regarding this provision. After this amendment, private religious schools maintain autonomy over their religious values and practices as they always have. And again, members, this amendment represents an agreement on language put together between the comptroller and the Catholic Conference of Bishops for this provision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator Menendez, did you have a
quick question, Mr. President?
Do you yield?
Do you yield, Senator?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. I was thinking back to the committee hearing that we had when your bill was being laid out, and I remember the lady who represented the conference, the Catholic Conference of Bishops, and I remember some other lady in the back. And I think what this stems from is there was a concern that if they were taking some state dollars, that there could be potentially some strings attached of some kind. Do you remember when she said, we don't want any strings attached? Do you recall that statement?
There's been many references to that nomenclature, yes.
Yes, so all I'm saying, I'm not trying to trap you or anything. That what you're trying to do with this amendment is to make sure that any private school that takes the money that goes from the state through the education savings account that otherwise would go to public school, that it goes through, and that a private school would not have to fear that it would have to be held to any standards that we currently hold the public schools to. Is that correct?
That's consistent and correct. This is more clarifying language for the burdens placed on the comptroller overall in this amendment, but yes.
Or the comptroller, but the comptroller, regardless who's elected comptroller, they couldn't come up with some political strings or regulations, because maybe, let's say you have a different comptroller get elected that doesn't agree with the program, and they tried to say, now you're going to have to abide by these things. You're making sure that nobody could force the private schools to abide by anything that they don't want to, that they have independence. That's what you're trying to do. Is that correct?
To be consistent in that category, correct.
Okay, I was just checking. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Senator
it, Senator
Gutierrez.
Menendez.
Just two questions.
Senator Creighton, do you yield for Senator Gutierrez?
Yes. I
Essentially,
yield.
this is a religious freedom amendment, correct?
Well, there's a reference to religious freedom or religious liberty or autonomy in the amendment just because it's in the section that we're addressing related to a burden of proof category on the comptroller.
And I know we had some fun earlier, and this is a real serious question, and it's not something that I take lightly as a Catholic, and it's not. But we have to be reticent and cognizant of the sins of our past, the sins of our church's past. What I need to ensure from you right now, because we were just having a conversation, something just happened in Maryland. 600 priests or 600 children had been sexually assaulted by priests. That's part of the history of our religion, unfortunately and sadly, of the recent history. That is what's happened in the United States with Catholic priests. My question to you is, under no way are we allowing any religion, priest, Southern Baptist, anybody, to avail themselves of sovereign immunity here, correct? I hope not.
That has nothing to do with this legislation or this amendment.
I do not want to give these churches any kinds of protections that normally would be had at other areas within state government under the Texas Tort Claims Act or any other sovereign immunity. And you're not doing that here, right?
I'm not doing anything related to that in the bill or the amendment. No, it couldn't be further from what you described.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Senator. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. We're down to 3. There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 27 by Middleton.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this amendment is it's a data privacy amendment, and it says that the education assistance organization, the education service provider or vendor, has to comply with federal and state law on confidentiality of student information. They also may not sell or distribute the child participant information. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton, is it acceptable?
Yes, Mr. President, it's acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. And then there were 2. There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 28 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to ask the author of the bill if I bring it by his desk for his signature, if he'll take it. I just heard him a little bit ago say...
I think it depends what it is.
Well, I think you're probably right.
Please lay out your amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. It's a very short, simple amendment.
Senator Creighton, can we get everybody's attention? Members, can we have a little order on the floor? I know we're almost at the end, but it gets noisy at the end. The amendment, please lay it out.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we've been on the floor almost 12 hours. This is my last amendment, and I want to say that this amendment will require any private or religious institution that accepts school ESAs, vouchers, tax credits, scholarships, whatever we call them, must post a report online to the TEA's information on the data of the students by family income levels, especially now that the amendment has been added for those families who are in the 200% of poverty or below. I think it's important that we have data to make sure we know who the state of Texas through its ESA is helping and who's truly using this. And so, Mr. President, it's simply an informative amendment that would improve how we can see where the taxpayer dollars are going. And I move adoption of my final amendment, floor amendment 28.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's reporting requirements. There are fraud protection provisions. There are assessment, collection, and data-related provisions. So I would oppose the amendment, assuming if I sign the amendment, Senator Menendez would not support the overall bill.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blount.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment, which is the last amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment 29 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, working with the comptroller, this moves implementation dates to the month of February so that they can be better prepared to launch the effort.
Any objection? Hearing none, the last amendment is adopted. You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, members, thank you. Move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll in a moment.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You'll hold till tomorrow, and tomorrow will be here sooner than you realize.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, don't go far. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
A highly privileged motion.
I move that the Senate adjourn until 7:23 Thursday, April 6th, in memory of Patricia Carla Rogers, a constituent of Senator Hancock. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Senate stands adjourned until 7:23, which is about 30 seconds, Thursday, April 6th.